Just want to give you a heads up that this episode will contain spoilers from up through Chapter 10, the Cosmo Canyon chapter of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, as well as a couple spoilers from Crisis Core and a couple spoilers around Black Materia from the OG.
This reason that Nanaki's mother allowed Nanaki to believe his father was a loser for 45 years, that it was so Nanaki wouldn't try to enter a cave, right?
Yes, it's so dumb.
Why did she never tell me the truth?
Because she knew that if she did, you would attempt to seek your father out all by yourself.
I find this reason to be at best weird and definitely unjustified, but at worst a terrible thing to do to your child. I'm sorry, it's not very cool of his mother to both Nanaki and Seto to just make up this horrible lie about his dad. Like, I think Nanaki might have been just a tad justified if in this moment, in this scene, at this realization, he had gone from, I love my mom and I hate my dad, to, I love my dad and I kind of hate my mom now. Everyone, welcome to the Final Fantasy Files, where we discuss all things Final Fantasy, from Seto to the Gi to Gears and Gambits. My name is Jolie Hales.
And I'm Ernest de Leon.
And I'm Spencer Price.
Yes, and apologies, you may notice in the last few episodes, Spencer's camera keeps glitching. It's only when we record these episodes and we haven't figured out why, so forgive us. If you're just listening, then pretend you never heard anything, because it's all perfect, and you don't need to know anything else.
You don't need to see me anyway.
Whatever! I like seeing you.
Thanks.
But anyway, okay, so we've got a lot to get through today, as you might assume, because I'm going to be honest, pure fear has struck my heart. And we just need to get out of Chapter 10, you guys. We've been in Chapter 10 way too long. We need to move on in this game, or we're never going to finish in time, because this is the first deep dive recording that we've done since finding out that the name of Part 3 is Revelation. What's it called?
This is huge.
What's it called?
This is huge.
Revelation!
Yes!
Woo! Revelation!
They're going to answer all our questions.
Yeah, everything. They're going to close up all the story. They're going to tie up all the loose ends. It's going to be perfect. We know that.
I hope so, because I will literally be there with a checkbox, and a pen, and be like, answered, not answered. I will be kind-hearted and forgiving to an extent. Anyway, I'm excited that we know that it's Revelation, not to be confused with Resolve or Resonance.
Because they cannot get over these RE freaking titles.
I don't know why. I was so confused.
It makes sense for Remake, Rebirth, and Revelation, but why did they name Resonance? That's so dumb. Square Enix, you suck at naming games! You suck at this!
Well, yeah, but then...
You suck at naming games, Square.
It's true. But then in addition to that, during Summer Game Fest, which we streamed live, then right after they announced that it was called Revelation, they started saying the word Resolve was like the theme, and I was even more confused. I was like, wait, that's another RE word.
It was very bizarre.
Resolve. Cloud and his companions each confront their own destinies and find the resolve to march toward the final battle.
But that's not the name, so I don't get it.
Dude, they've been waiting so long to share this.
I don't get it.
Yeah, release date, Dustin says when.
I too have carried a promise.
I think it'll just say 2027.
throughout this journey. The resolve to
the gameplay was
English
through to its very end.
Now you can talk, because we don't understand the Japanese.
We're committed to delivering this experience in its ultimate form. Please stay with us and witness what lies beyond that resolve.
Whatever, it's fine. But I mean, I'm actually excited for Resonance, despite the name of the game, because I actually played Brave Exvius without spending a dime, mind you. I didn't pay for gacha games. And I'll say, it had some pretty cool story elements, especially in the first season. The later seasons, not so much. But apparently, Resonance is just based on Season 1, so that's a good thing.
Final Fantasy returns to its roots with cinematic pixel art in a classic tale of crystals with a new twist.
And they had really cool music, and some of the characters and stuff. It's going to be a good game. I'm excited. We'll have to stream it or something, I think. But obviously, I'm more excited for Revelation. And if you haven't seen our live reaction to the trailers, definitely check those out.
Yes! Yes! The glasses! Okay, be quiet.
We're kind of psychopaths, but we had a good time.
Yeah, I'm just glad for it to be brought to a close in the best way possible.
We hope. But anyway, so moving forward, we're still going to have these deep discussions, right? But we just got to be a little bit more choosy about what we discuss in each chapter, I think. So I can't go through every single word from every NPC, even though there are some that we're definitely still going to have to visit. But anyway, moving on, it's worth pointing out at the beginning of every one of these discussions that Spencer and I beat the game when it first came out. I beat it on normal mode. Spencer is playing it a second time on hard mode this time around. And Ernest is playing it in story mode right along with us for his first time. And he's still somewhere in the beginning of Chapter 11.
That's right. And so now I actually have to go faster, I should say.
That's right. You actually have to play the game.
Nibelheim.
It's coming.
Nibelheim.
That's right. And while we will be spoiling Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, we will only be doing so up through the end of Chapter 10, just in case any latecomers have started listening as they play. And if so, welcome aboard. We have lots of story stuff to get to today. So let's jump right in. As far as our last discussion went, we watched Tifa crash out at the AA meeting.
Wow. The AA meeting, that's awesome.
Yes, and then we talked to each member of our party around the campfire. We had the dialogue choices. And then we heard Aerith's speech and witnessed the beautiful, yet slightly confusing River of Lights ceremony. Which brings us to the end of that ceremony where old man Bugenhagen shows up and he tells us,
"There's something of great import I need to show you. And by that I mean all of you. Join me."
And so the party follows behind Bugenhagen's, floating wheelchair Materia as he leads us through an unexplored part of Cosmo Canyon Village into a red rock canyon. And as we follow him, he talks to pass the time as we're walking, and he's saying things like he's proud that the River of Light ceremony pulls powerful emotions out of people and hopes it will lead them to seek more knowledge about the planet and yada, yada, yada. And this traveling monologue, the only reason I'm mentioning it really right here is that it was a primary example of the background NPCs speaking so loudly that it audibly droned out Bugenhagen's dialogue on more than one part of the walk.
"And it pleases me to know that the River of Light possesses such power. Alas, my hopes to parlay their emotional response."
Which was incredibly annoying because I purposefully play without subtitles for a more cinematic experience, right? I don't know. Did you guys have the same frustration?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
I played through this, was it 2 nights ago? Because I was refreshing. And sometimes the NPCs say valuable stuff, and what we've learned about recording the past couple episodes have been the NPCs say really important stuff. So I was trying to listen to Bugenhagen and trying to listen to NPCs, and they're just talking over each other, and it's this terrible thing. Yeah, it drove me nuts.
Yes, it's this terrible thing. It really was. I remember playing it and just being I have no idea what anybody is saying. I'm missing what the NPCs are saying. I'm missing what Bugenhagen's saying. So, I mean, if anybody out there experienced the same frustration, even though most of you probably play with the subtitles on, just take comfort in knowing that I did go back and look up the dialogue later and we didn't miss much of anything. It was just filler stuff, basically, to pass the time.
Yeah, I'm glad Aerith has friends that can blah, 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 stuff like that, yeah.
Wait, they talk about Aerith's friends?
Yeah, it was just as they're walking by, the NPC says something like, "I'm glad Aerith has friends like this," or whatever.
Oh, that's cool, because she just gave the speech.
As they're walking.
"That the River of Light possesses such power."
I don't even remember what they said.
Yeah. And I will say that whoever the sound engineer is over at Square Enix, I realize you can adjust the music and the whatever, but for being a dialogue-based game, the default mix should be much lighter on the sound effects and the music and heavier on the vocals.
Yeah. I agree.
I think my gameplay, all the recording stuff is at 5.
Yeah, I turn it way down.
For music and sound effects, and then dialogue is at 10. It's literally double. So, that's a good point. But then I don't think you can adjust it for this cinematic cutscenes.
No.
I think that's just baked in. So, yeah. But the cinematic cutscenes, I think they do a better job with the mixing. But yeah. Also, just a quick side note. I know we touched on this a little bit in the last episode, but does anybody else find it weird that Bugenhagen still at this point has taken no interest in the fact that Aerith is a Cetra? Like, I would think that the ultimate student of the planet might find that something worth investigating, but he still doesn't. I don't think he does this entire chapter.
No, you're right. He doesn't. And I don't know if it's because he just doesn't care or it's one of those where like it doesn't register with him. He doesn't realize it. I mean, I don't know.
It's almost like he acts like he doesn't know, but maybe we'll learn more in part 3 or something. Because I think we're going to go back there and talk to him a whole lot more.
Yeah.
Then eventually Bugenhagen leads us to like this greenish lit steel looking wall with a big circular sealed door. And Bugenhagen announces,
"You've a trial to undertake."
I do?
If you wish to prove yourself and become a Watcher of the Veil, that is.
So, this is the intro to the Nanaki dungeon or the cave of the Gi. And Bugenhagen then uses his like mad skills, I don't know if he has magic skills, I don't know what it is, to open the door. And then our party goes inside and gets inside a big elevator. And as we take it down for quite a while, it's like a really long elevator ride, Bugenhagen brings up one of my favorite subjects. And when I say favorite, I mean worse than someone sneezing in my eyeball. He brings up Nanaki's parents and thus Nanaki's daddy issues.
Has Nanaki told you anything about his parents yet?
Nope.
And Nanaki finally gives us more like narrative context on his parents.
They were Watchers, both of them, but they couldn't have been any more different. When our village came under attack, my mother fought with courage, with honor. She faced the enemy and laid down her life to save us. My father, though, he turned tail and ran. He was a coward.
So then, you still haven't forgiven him?
Why would I?
Which is quite the contrasting dialogue to a few chapters earlier when wise old Red, may he rest in peace, said,
"Living in hate can poison a man."
This isn't the same character to me, so whatever. But it's just interesting because it's such a contrast from like a few chapters ago when he was Red and now it's Nanaki. It's just so in my face, you guys. It's so in my face. And I did want to ask about this, though. So when the elevator stops and the party gets out, Bugenhagen tells us,
"From this point onward, only 2 may proceed. He who shall undertake the trial and his observer."
And then Cloud right away volunteers to be the observer.
I'll do it.
That would render the trial meaningless.
And then Bugenhagen looks across the party members and he picks out Barret.
You'll do nicely.
Me?
To which I say, I suspect the reason he may have chosen Barret was lost on some people. Did you guys pick up on why Bugenhagen passed on Cloud and picked Barret?
No, I don't know why that happened. It was interesting that they said it would render it meaningless.
That would render the trial meaningless.
Is it like a father thing or is it like, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. But the meaningless thing was like, oh, is Cloud too powerful for this dungeon? Or was it more like the trial you need to have like a father figure to come in with you?
The thing I found odd was that he said only the person doing the trial and the observer, yet he was with us the entire time observing, and Barret was doing anything but observing. So I don't.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't understand.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a passive observer role.
Yeah, there were actually 3 people, one of which was literally observing, but that was what they said Barret was doing. So that was a little weird too. At least that selection of text, I should say. But yeah, I didn't realize. Now that you bring it up, it does make sense that he's the only one that has a parent-child relationship.
Kind of.
As a father.
As a father, yeah. So when you were playing this, do you think it was weird that they just picked Barret? Because it doesn't sound like you made that connection when you were playing the game, right? Because at first I didn't either.
No, I didn't make it.
I didn't at all.
Okay. No. Okay. So the first time I played this, so I was actually really confused, especially at this particular moment, right? But I think everyone has to be confused at this part, to be honest, because the reason for this choice is really revealed like later after the dungeon. And even then, I'm going to be honest, the reveal is so soft that I'm willing to bet that some people missed it. If I even got the reason correct myself, like it's so not clear. It's like, oh, I think that's the reason. So I think people missed it. I think people played the game and were like, did not connect the dots.
I definitely missed it. And I saw Barret's reaction at the end, right?
Yeah.
We witnessed it from behind, but that never clicked in my head as like, oh, that's the reason he's the observer.
Yeah, I think that's totally possible for many people.
You do nicely.
Me?
Here's what I think that they were going for specifically with the father thing. So while the surface story of the dungeon seems to be about these like geek creatures like seeking revenge or whatever, the whole dungeon is actually about that father-child relationship. That's what I think it's supposed to be at its core. And what's unique about Barret, right? He's the only father of the group, just like you mentioned. Bugenhagen didn't say that Cloud going wouldn't be fair. Like he didn't use that language.
Yeah.
Or he didn't say that they wouldn't be able to complete the trial or something. He said the words that Cloud going would render the trial meaningless. But to someone like Barret, someone who understands the love for his child, the lesson at the end of this literal tunnel may pack a more meaningful punch, I think is what they're going for. That was the intent behind choosing Barret to go with Nanaki. But didn't understand it here, which makes sense. I don't think you're supposed to. But even at the end, I was like, I had to think about it and be like, oh, I think that's why they picked him.
Me?
So I don't think this is well enough implied in the dialogue for a casual gamer who isn't paying close attention. It's just too much of a reach. Because if you think about it, okay, I'll go into it really quick here. Barret may be the only father of the group, but Tifa and Aerith both loved and lost their fathers, right? Cloud probably wonders about his, just like we wonder if it's Glenn Lodbrok.
Glenn Lodbrok. We know.
They both have blonde hair. But yeah, like they all have like father stories, right? Yuffie has her own daddy issues we haven't even learned about. We're going to hear about those, I'm sure, in Revelation. A lot of the people in this party have strong emotions tied to their fathers, and the story is about the child's vision of the father, not vice versa. Yeah. And it's not like Marlene holds animosity toward her father like Nanaki does that would make it like a direct parallel to the Nanaki Seto story that would make it obvious for the gamer, oh, that's why they chose Barret, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Bugenhagen shouldn't have picked Barret for even the reason that he's a father and all that, and that's fine to reveal those reasons after the dungeon is over. I'm just saying that they should have made the reason more clear because I say it all the time, ambiguity, even a little here and there sometimes, is the...
It brings joy to the story.
Oh, I'm going to murder you. It's the enemy of storytelling, dang it.
No, it does bring trouble, and it troubles me in two different directions, too, because I think about that now that you brought it up, and I'm like, okay, so is this about the fact that at some point someone needs to raise the issue of dying? Or is this because it's a premonition of something that's going to happen in the future that Marlene's going to have a similar experience, right? So,
are you asking if it has to do with one of those things?
Yeah, like it's not just him being a father to Marlene, but the journey you go on in this section here where ultimately there's a sacrifice at the end and your perception changes. I'm wondering if something like that is going to happen to Barret in the third installment or something like that.
I don't know. Maybe they'll tie it back together. I think it's like a one and done. Like they've wrapped it up and then they're moving on, but it's fine. Like what's probably worse than all of this is that when Bugenhagen chooses Barret to go, Nanaki sounds super disappointed.
Yes.
Do you remember this?
Me?
Him? Really?
This pissed me off.
Yeah. And then Barret says,
At least pretend not to hate me.
okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Where in the history of the Re-Trilogy have there been signs that Red doesn't like Barret? Did I miss this part?
No, I thought they were good.
Red and Barret are like buds, man. They're like, in Chapter 3, they have a gameplay section together where they have the mind.
That's exactly what I was saying.
This isn't the first time that they've paired off together.
No!
And they've worked together and been
they
good.
had no trouble then, and they volunteered to do that dungeon together.
And then they're like, you're going to stick me with this guy? I've never done anything with him. I hate this guy.
Yeah.
Me?
Him? Really?
At least pretend not to hate me.
So weird.
It was weird. There were a couple weird parts in this last two sections. Could it be ambiguity because we're going to find out something later? Or was it just one of those where they told what they felt they needed to tell, didn't tell the rest, and it's by the wayside at this
Well,
point.
it just lends more credence to Jolie's whole, like, Nanaki is different than Red, right? Like,
Yes.
It's another tally mark in the thing where they failed the execution of the code switch or whatever. It's like, okay, you don't even realize the, like, journey you've been on with Red and you're, like, act like you've never been with the guy before. Yeah, it's stupid.
It's bizarre. It really weirded me out. Like, I took a step back and I was like, wait a minute. They don't like each other? Like, where in the history of this game did I miss something? And I've gone back and looked at footage, and the only thing I can even find is, like, when they leave calm, Barret says something, and Red just kind of looks at him and walks away.
You coming? Yeah.
Of course we are. Right?
Follow me.
But it doesn't seem like he's mad at Barret. And then they do the whole dungeon together after that, where they volunteer to go into the cave to find the rogue guy together, just the two of them.
We shouldn't just leave him. Know what? I'll go check.
Okay, I'll come too.
Nah, you stay. I know what I'm doing down here. You don't. Last thing we need is you getting hurt on us.
I'll accompany him. I'm no stranger to caves.
It's so weird, you guys.
It's weird.
Like you said, it feels like it's a different character. Like, Red was chummy with Barret, but Nanaki hates him for some reason. Like,
Because he was faking it the whole time.
what were they trying to do? Like, I'm seriously confused.
They botched it. We just know. We've talked about it ad nauseum at this point, right?
Yes.
They just did a bad job.
At the Nanaki thing.
Yes, they're trying to stay true to the original, and they did switch pronouns in the Japanese version, and Red was different, okay? But the execution in Rebirth just sucks. Like, sorry guys, it just sucks. Like,
It's not good.
the only argument people have for it being good is they just bring it back to, like, well, it was in the original, so you're like a fake fan if you don't know that. It's like, well, okay, I'm a fake fan, but I understand how stories are told, and this guy's a totally different person, and it's not good.
Right. But he's not like even the people who say it's OG, it's all cope, you guys, because he is not this different in the OG, even in the Japanese. He's not. This is a different character. Yeah, he used different pronouns, and he might use some younger language.
And he's like a little bit more childish, but yeah,
it's not the same.
there's so many more things on top of that.
So anybody making this like OG argument, like they got to stay true to the OG, you're not a real fan.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yes, I agree.
I'm sorry. You are totally coping.
I think this is one of those where it was just a poor choice of words in the script, and I chalk it up to that.
It's not just poor choice of words, though. I mean, like...
And I shouldn't say shut up because everybody should be able to express their opinion. But I disagree totally.
But, like, it's this online argument that, you know, that's all over the community.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm so sick of hearing it because I've gone through and I've looked at all the different versions of the OG after having played this part. So what Ernest is saying, it's a poor choice of words. It's like, well, they chose to do poor choice of words in so many different scenarios.
And actions.
Yeah, not just in Nanaki being like a child.
It's not just words.
Like his whole character changes. He doesn't like Barret anymore. The wisdom and all the stuff that he gave to the party before is just thrown out the window. He's a totally different person. So like they had to deliberately make these choices in the script. It's like, okay, poor choice of words here and here and here. And then now they're changing who he is here and here and here. It's like.
And now he hates Barret. Okay.
Yeah, it's indefensible. I just don't think you can argue against it at this point.
Preach. I totally agree. And but it does make me go back and think like, okay, what were the devs like legitimately going for here? Like why? What was it that they were trying to plant a seed of? Like I'm like reaching, right? Which I don't think is good. If you have to reach in storytelling, it's bad. So this is already like check marks against the devs and storytelling here. But I'm trying to think, like, was Nanaki's newfound, like, dislike for Barret also supposed to parallel him hating his father? Like, that sentiment? Like, is it like he was holding on to this resentment, like, keeping it quiet until we realize that he hated his father and now he can let go of holding that secret that he hates all fathers? Like, I don't understand.
Well, I don't even think he hates Barret.
That's what I was going to say.
They have to reset his character arc because he's a new person. So now he has to go through this arc again because he's mad at his dad. He's letting out his like true Nanaki side now, this childish daddy issue dude.
Yeah.
And then it's like, well, okay, we have to have him learn a lesson, right? So he's like all bitter towards Barret, but at the end of the trial, then they can be buds and chummy again, and it has to like do this mini character arc, and I think that's what they're going for. It's just
so is it just like...
So Nanaki grows, and he learns to be like more accepting, and they just throw Barret under the bus for like a quick like, Nanaki needs to learn a lesson.
So you're saying then that you don't think that it's intended that Nanaki dislikes Barret. You just think that he's just being a child and he's not stoked to have any person come with him, or...
I don't think it's like totally like he hates Barret. I don't know what his exact words are when he...
Barret literally says, at least pretend you don't hate me.
At least pretend not to hate me.
Yeah, I know.
You know, so...
It's just weird.
I'm wondering if that was supposed to be... So, and I say this knowing John's a VA, right? I wonder if that was supposed to be delivered a little bit differently, where it was more like a like a snark, like a tongue in cheek. Because in other words, like
he does deliver it that way.
At least pretend not to hate me.
Yeah, but let's say Red was like he was really looking forward to doing it with Cloud or doing the trial with Yuffie, whatever. It doesn't matter. And so he gets told by Bugenhagen, you have to do it with Barret. And so like, yeah, he's deflated now, and he's like sad. And the line is meant to be like, well, at least pretend you're excited to do it with me or whatever. I'm not like your second or last choice. You know, you obviously wanted to do it with someone else, right?
But I think that's exactly how he delivers it. Like, I don't think that's John. I think the problem is that if Nanaki had some excitement about going with somebody else, the writers should have showed us that beforehand to justify this.
Well, and I also think the word hate was probably a poor word choice in this scenario.
Well, no, he's just being sarcastic. He's like, you're disappointed. Well, pretend you don't hate me. Like, it totally makes sense, like, in that regard. And John's delivery, I think, is spot on. I just don't think that it's justified. I think it's just confusing. Like, why?
Yeah,
why are you disappointed? Yeah. Why is he disappointed to go with Barret? Like,
they just did a bad job.
Did he really want to go with Tifa? Like, what? Who did he want to go with? By himself?
No, it's just trying to show that Nanaki's immature and he has to learn. He has to grow.
I guess.
So they just kind of threw John under the bus.
Yeah.
That must have been what they were going for.
John Barret.
I did not pick up on that. I thought, like, well, does he actually dislike Barret? But maybe he doesn't.
Yeah, no.
I didn't pick up on it at all. Like, until you brought it up right now, this thing did not even register in my mind as I was playing it. Many other things did, but this one was just one of those like...
You just accepted it. You're like, okay.
Well, yeah, because I figured it was
I thought it was weird.
I thought that he wanted to go with Cloud, and he was just sad because he didn't get Cloud. And
But why would he want to go with Cloud? Why?
Who knows? Maybe that's his favorite.
That's the problem, though. That's the problem.
Everybody wants to go with Cloud, Jolie. Everyone wants to be with Cloud.
Because Cloud's on the box. He's on the cover art.
Yeah.
But do you see what I'm saying? By you just letting him off the hook, it feels to me like you're writing for them. Like, oh, well, he just wanted to go with Cloud. There is no point in the game where it establishes that Red really loves hanging out with Cloud and no one else.
Well, clearly they're paying me to be a writer. So,
yeah,
I mean,
sure.
Yes.
But in Ernest's defense, they present Cloud. He's like, I'm going to go with him. And then Bugenhagen shuts it down, right? So, like,
yeah.
It could be as simple as that. Like, Cloud was about to go with Red and then he doesn't. I don't think it's like a big deal to read into it. I just think it's awkward and dumb, like that they keep doing this thing. It's like, dude, you guys are botching the execution of this.
Of Nanaki.
It's so bad.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's so bad, you guys.
They did it so bad.
Hey, guys, it's me. I'm back.
I wanted it to be good. Like, I played the OG. I was a big fan, and I just think that this, like, blows chunks of monkey.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
I do feel bad for like the OG fans of Red because they've changed him enough to where if that was one of your favorite characters, like I love all the characters, but clearly I love certain ones more than others. And I'm not going to say because I don't want to get attacked online. But
you should say this is an opinion show, Ernest. Have spine.
Well, yeah, but I learned from Spencer that you can't like.
Spencer says opinion.
No, dude, you got to lean into it.
If you love Kid G, you own it.
No, that one I will stand up for any day.
Good.
I love Kid G.
You do.
And actually, I love Sephiroth too. Like he's probably my favorite character aside from Kid G, obviously.
Nice.
But yes, like people have their favorites, and if Red was one that for whatever reason really resonated with you as a player, you're gonna feel upset, right, about his treatment here, and it's neither here nor there. It's just how it is.
Yeah. Well, you'll notice, like, if you watch the Revelation trailers that were shown at Summer Game Fest, not one line from Red. They didn't spotlight him at all. And I think it's because they didn't want to put anything that was like really controversial. They just wanted hype stuff in the trailers. And they know that there are a lot of people like me who are very disappointed with what they did to Red and how they killed him and replaced him with this character, Nanaki. right?
Absolutely. It's like when Michael Bay does one of his movies, it's always like Optimus Prime and Bumblebee in the trailer, right? Because that's what sells the the poorly directed movie. But if you take it all as a whole, they could have done a better job, but is it really that bad?
Yes.
I don't know. I've seen worse.
Well, yes, I've seen worse is not a high bar. Like, that's kind of like...
I mean, that's fair. That's a fair point. It's not a high bar, but it's also like, okay.
I hold them to a high standard because I think they can do high standard level stuff, right?
They
and
can.
I want to see that from them. But I mean, this moment wasn't like totally the worst thing, this particular moment. I think the Nanaki mishap is one of the worst things in the game, if I'm being honest. But this moment in particular, it doesn't like Barret, not so much.
I will say this in the defense of the choice of him, aside from him being a father, it was great to have a ranged character.
Oh, like in the dungeon? Like an actual fighter? Totally. Yeah, I think Barret and Nanaki actually fight well together.
I think so too.
And also this particular moment, though, before we move on to the dungeon itself, it did have a little bit of funny humor in it, I'll confess. Like when Nanaki asks Barret,
"You gonna watch my back?"
Yep. Burning holes in you right now.
Yeah.
There was a lot of it in there, of the little banter back and forth between the two.
Yeah.
I especially love the synergy move he has where he throws red at the enemy.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah, it's great.
Which is funny because, like, I never really see that in Rebirth. It's one of the synergy moves I never see because once Red died and Nanaki took his place, I hardly fought with Red unless I had to. So, but you're right. So let's go into the dungeon itself. So the creepy Guy dungeon officially begins. And actually, before I dive in, and we'll go through this rather quickly, does anybody have any opinions of the dungeon as a whole right off the bat?
Oh, yeah. I mean, as soon as I walked in, I was like, oh, yes, this is Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom mixed with Lara Croft Tomb Raider.
Tomb Raider! Ernestism!
Look, I enjoyed it. I actually enjoyed this dungeon. There were some sections that, like, okay, we went a little overboard in pulling chains and all that kind of stuff. But on the whole, the art was great. The music was great. The storytelling was pretty good. And again, the synergy between... I just love watching him throw red because it reminds me of Lord of the Rings where...
Lord of the Rings, another Ernestism.
Where Legolas is telling Gimli, like, I can toss you. And he's like, no, we can't toss the dwarf. And then he ends up, he's like, don't tell anyone because he tossed it. It reminds me of that so much.
You'll have to toss me.
I cannot jump the distance, you'll have to toss me. Don't tell the elf. Not a word.
I don't know. I have some overall thoughts about like the puzzle mechanics. It's interesting because he has to fetch the little totems and then he has to pull the chains, It differentiates gameplay enough to kind of keep it interesting as Bugenhagen just floats around you and he's like totally fine where there's, the Gi are not weak enemies. Like they're pretty tough, Yeah. I like the puzzles, but they're a little bit clunky and they're just kind of brainless. You're like, find the green one and put it in the green thing. Find the pink one and put it in the pink one. And then you're like, oh, the chains. You got to get the little thing to hook the chain because this one rolls back in. I mean, it's very, very basic, but I will say that the boss, like Guy Nattak, I don't know if you're getting there right now, but it's my favorite fight in the game.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. So good.
Really?
It's my favorite fight.
I haven't finished the game yet, so I can't say, but it was a very good boss fight.
It's my favorite fight.
That's really interesting that you say that. Okay, we'll get there in just a second. I want to hear your thoughts on that because I went into the bedroom while you were playing that 2 nights ago, and I had heard that Guy Nattak was like the hardest boss, or one of the hardest bosses.
He's very hard.
For hard mode.
It took me about an hour and 40 minutes to beat him.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to hear about it. But before we get to the actual boss fight, okay, so it sounds like you liked the dungeon too, Spencer, but it wasn't anything.
I mean, it was fine. I just thought it was kind of, you have weird mechanics where Red can run on the walls or like whatever. It's like,
yeah.
They're trying to make you feel like Red is important, so only he can get to certain places.
Right, because it's his trial.
But like, I wouldn't say I liked it. I would say it's very by the numbers. Puzzle.
Got it.
Simple.
I do like the first time he goes on the wall and Barret says something like, well, that looks really convenient. Or being able to walk on the walls. It was funny.
Damn if that doesn't look convenient.
We'll never use this mechanic again.
I know.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing, too. It's like it's just for this dungeon, but it's kind of a very convenient thing to be able to do. Yeah, so there are a few different elements to this dungeon we can just go through here. So first, there's a story aspect. So it sounds like, Ernest, you liked the storytelling in the dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Bugenhagen in this dungeon, he joins us and he, as you were saying, like he's more of the observer than Barret is. Barret is more of an active participant and Bugenhagen is the observer. But he introduces all along the way as we go through this dungeon, this surface narrative of this ancient tribe called the Gi who came very close to invading Cosmo Canyon Village, but were always held back. They were never able to actually venture beyond the sealed cave. At least that's how I understand it. But 45 years ago, apparently, a Watcher of the Veil learned of the cave's vulnerability and entered it on his own.
This cave serves as a boundary between our world and that of the Gi. It was vital to them and their plans. Were the Gi to seize control of it, the canyon would be doomed.
And the people.
When the Gi moved against us yet again, a certain Watcher recalled this vulnerability.
And I'm not sure what the cave's vulnerability means. I don't get it. Like maybe that was like the one path from the Gi's little home into the real world, I guess.
Since time was of the essence, he entered the cave without reinforcements. As he had feared, it was teeming with Gi, ready to descend upon the village. Determined to protect the Veil, he pounced from one foe to the next, felling all who dared oppose him.
Hold on. If there was a Watcher who single-handedly saved the canyon, how come I've never heard of them?
For now, you should focus on your own struggles with the Gi.
Yeah, it's so like on the nose, but everyone knows what he's talking about, but like Nanaki has to act like he has no idea.
Right. Well, Nanaki's dumb as a brick. He might not know for real.
Are these altars?
I'm someone who hasn't played the original. I didn't know the whole Seto thing that, we talk about later, but that's apparently like a moving scene in the original that people like. And I'm like, they're just talking about his dad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
Yes. Okay. I'm glad that you say that.
One of the things I did appreciate about the storytelling here, specifically from Bugenhagen's character development, was how he was saying things along the way like, good and evil, friend and foe, they're not always the same, and they manifest themselves in different ways.
Do not be so quick to denigrate your enemies, nor make light of their plight.
As he's saying these things, you can't see it obviously, but you can tell that he's internalizing his own dialogue and realizing that the things that he has been concrete in all the way up until this point, he's starting to consider new things as he's observing this trial and they're going through. Whereas Nanaki is clearly taking one angle on everything, right? Because he's had this opinion his entire life, and Bugenhagen's trying to break him of that mentality, saying like, don't make assumptions, don't prejudge. One person's freedom fighter is another person's terror. Like he's trying to expand his mind, but he sees in him what his calcified thinking has been up until this point, and he's evolving at the same time.
Yeah. There's a lot of Bugenhagen character development too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That comes into play later.
It comes into play later.
Not this part.
I don't think it's intentional that we think that at this point.
No, but if you can look back on it, I see what Ernest is saying.
Yeah, I could see how you could look back and think that he's maybe awakening to his own wisdom in a way.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, there's a whole moment that we talk about in the side quest after the dungeon or whatever, when Bugenhagen talks about how he's like, I was too rigid in my thinking and all this stuff,
Yeah.
So.
No, that definitely, he comes around on his own little mini arc in that way. So he is going through it here.
I know this is a side, but
I guess I just don't think that the writers wanted us to consciously think that until we got to the end of the dungeon.
Yeah.
Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking this now, but I'm just saying, like,
but in retrospect,
you could.
They were laying it down on the way there, right?
I wish they would have done that with the daddy issues in the entire game.
Sure.
In retrospect, there's a lot of. Sometimes they do a good job. Other times you're just like, wait, what? Never saw any of this. You know what I mean? Whereas it made sense when he came around with his mini arc, Bugenhagen's, versus like others, you're like totally confused because there was no foreshadowing at all or any seeds like kind of planted there.
That's kind of pathetic.
There is some interesting dialogue though in Bugenhagen as they're going through about like some altars that we come across.
The altars we came upon before were built to imprison the Gi. This, however, was built to provide the Cetra with a means to commune with them.
Commune with them? Why would the Cetra do that? The Gi were the enemy.
To which Bugenhagen responds by laughing, of course, right? But this is his response to Nanaki's question, okay? I quote, Wouldn't he, through friend and foe, dichotomies not set in stone, as beautiful as the winds?
Wouldn't he, through friend and foe, dichotomies not set in stone, as mutable as the winds?
Yeah, some of the dialogue is too ethereal and weird.
What in the bleep does that mean? Nothing. It means nothing. It's so floaty stupid. I hate that stuff.
It is, but there's multiple of those, to your point, ambiguity, right? It's like there's two sides to a coin, and he's repeatedly kind of putting in like, yes, you may think they're the enemy, but maybe they're not.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, he's putting that in.
Yeah.
And there are other lines that make that more clear, and some of them are more on the nose than others.
Under normal circumstances, I would stress that you mustn't judge a book by its cover. For the Gi, however, they are as fearsome as their appearance implies.
This is so far off from any of that.
Wouldn't he, through friend and foe, dichotomies not set in stone, as mutable as the winds?
Because it starts out, wouldn't he, through friend and foe, so you're like, okay, there's that dichotomy, right? The friend and foe thing that he's been talking about through the dungeons. Dichotomies, not set in stone. Okay, I'm with you a little bit there too, because that's kind of what you're talking about, Ernest. As beautiful as the winds. Bad.
Yeah.
Totally goes off a cliff. Stupid.
That last part's a little bit weird.
It's stupid.
I'm not gonna lie.
Sorry.
As mutable as the winds.
But his dialogue here, it does kind of feel like that tease that the Cetra weren't as good as you thought they were.
Commune with them? Why would the Cetra do that? The Gi were the enemy.
But then we get a few more answers about this later when we hang out with Gi Nattak, so.
I'm Cetra.
And then there's more dialogue back and forth throughout the dungeon about this Watcher and the Gi.
Well, if it isn't a Gi arrow, its point is coated with a poison that rapidly circulates through the body, slowing the wounded until they are completely turned to stone.
Hinting at some perpetual sadness and misery that the Gi carry with them.
Our sadness sinks beneath stone.
But none of it is really all that concrete at this point. This Watcher and who the Gi are seem to be purposefully left vague throughout this dungeon, other than just like the few story points that we've already pointed out here already. So that's intentional, and that's fine, right? It's fine, because we do get some answers later. But I think it's interesting that Spencer said that he knew what was going on the whole time with Seto, because I think it's so obvious.
Yes.
Like, it's so obvious. For somebody who's never played the OG, I'm sure you're just like, okay, well, I know what's coming.
If there was a Watcher who single-handedly saved the canyon, how come I've never heard of them?
So while much of the cave is this classic dungeon where you fight a bunch of monsters, there's like Nidhogg snakes, stingers, which are the big spiders, and of course the Gi themselves, but they have a few different job forms, right? A new mechanic is Red being able to run on the walls, which is kind of fun, but I don't know. I thought it was fine, but it's unfortunate that you can't ever use that mechanic again, whereas like in Yuffie's dungeon with the grappling hook and stuff, like you can do that later in some cases.
This is something I don't like about Rebirth. Other games, like when they introduce mechanics, you can use it for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Or they'll let you access, like in Metroidvania's games, they'll let you access places that you couldn't get to before, but like you unlock that ability in Red's dungeon, and then you saw that green stuff on the rock out when you were traversing, and then Red's like, oh, I can do that. But they don't do that. It's like more work for them.
It's so hard.
Because they introduced all these unique mechanics per each one. I mean, it's cool, but it just feels like, all right, like Red can do this. And now it's done, you know?
To your point, though, I think it's such a big game that it would be so hard to add that in outside of this dungeon. It'd be like a major commitment. But you're right. It does feel like, oh, that was fun for that moment in time.
And I would say, like, it's a waste. Like, you don't even need to do it, right? I mean, it works when you're navigating the dungeon because it's like Red has to go get a little totem by himself and Barret can't be there to protect him. So you have to be able to fight with Red by yourself. Like, I know why they're doing it.
I agree. I died, I think, when I was running off by myself.
Yeah.
I think I had some undead thing cast on me or something. I can't remember, but I was all by myself and was not prepared. But then you also talked about the puzzles. Puzzles are nothing crazy. They're kind of fun, kind of not fun at the same time. They're just kind of like, oh, okay, they're fine, right?
Yeah.
But I'll take fine over really, really hard ones.
Yeah.
Because Final Fantasy, some of the older games have some dungeons where the puzzles are actually hard, like the old ones, right? And I just felt so frustrated in those games because I just felt like I was wasting my time when I got after I'd spent so much time on puzzles that...
Yeah, it was very linear, right? So,
Yeah.
even if you didn't know, you knew where you needed to go, you wouldn't get lost in the dungeon.
Yeah, I would argue that because it's so self-explanatory that it's just a waste of time.
Like
It's
almost pointless.
I just want to open the door. So if you're going to give me a puzzle, at least make it
A little bit more cerebral.
a little bit challenging and intriguing.
I agree with that.
It's fine, but yes, I know you don't like to get...
I just don't want it impossible.
Yeah, you don't want to get lost in a maze.
Yeah, I hate being lost in mazes, and that is the kind of puzzle dungeon I'm talking about from the past that I hated so much.
Yeah.
But yeah, to your point, you're right. It's too easy. This is a teen-rated game. A 13-year-old could easily do any of this as well. They could up it in difficulty, I think, a little bit. And then when it comes to the Gi themselves, right, they're a unique enemy thus far in the game because they're undead, meaning that you can damage them with cure magic and healing items. And I remember having to target the Gi. Did you realize this? You have to target the Gi sorcerers before the archers and lancers? Because the Gi sorcerers, if I remember right, they can raise the other Gi, and then you have to kill them again. So you have to kill the sorcerers first so they can't raise anybody. So that,
Yeah, I like that.
Kind of fun.
I like that mechanic.
Yeah, and for the boss, Nattak himself, I do want to hear your thoughts on it. He's actually not vulnerable to healing spells and items like the other Gi are, but in the OG, I'm pretty sure you could one-hit kill him with an elixir or phoenix down right off the bat.
That's awesome.
If I remember correctly. I swear it was there's Nattak. Phoenix down, dead. It was really easy.
That's a very cool Easter egg. I mean, everyone would have found out about that online. Back in the day, that was probably a cool Easter egg that you didn't know about because there was no internet going around. But this is the easiest boss, just use an X potion or Mega Elixir or whatever the, item is.
I mean, what team wants to animate and figure out the mechanics for this whole boss fight if nobody's going to see it?
Right. It would be a tragedy because, like I said, the boss fight is very cool.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was mostly I just chipped away at him with physical attacks because he didn't seem immune to much. And here's a comment, actually, our first one from our community that we'll read tonight. Dennis Michaels said, Gi Nattak on hard mode was literally one of the hardest things in the game. So tell me, Spencer, you played it on hard mode. It took you almost 2 hours to beat. You said 9 tries or something like that.
Yeah.
I went to sleep as you were starting your first or second try, and then I didn't know what happened to you after that. I was wondering if you were going to finish because you were cutting it kind of close to the deadline of when you had to have the chapter done.
I finished it today. The kids watched me play.
I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
But you did it.
Yeah, I got it. But I really like this boss fight. And the reason being is I've spoken a lot about how there's often times when I'm playing Rebirth bosses and I do the assess materia and it kind of gives me the breakdown of what I need to do, but it just feels like I advance through accident or I don't pressure them the way that says that I should pressure them, or, it's whatever their attacks that they're telegraphing aren't lining up with what I think. Gi Nattak was just this awesome boss that has some pretty intense mechanics. He feels like an MMO boss. So the reason I like him is because you have different phases. You've got the phase where he's just at the beginning and you have to kind of learn his telegraphed attacks, and they're big swipes. And if he hits you with his melee attacks, it takes 1,500 HP from you immediately. But then in this game, you can perfect parry, so you can time them and you can block them, right? And then you block. Then I learned that I can cast stop on Gi Nattak, and it literally freezes him in place.
I saw that, and I was like, oh, you can stop him?
Right.
I had no idea during my gameplay that you could do that.
But then if you cast it too much, then he's resistant to stop. So you can only use it 2 or 3 times. You can't abuse it. It's very interesting, yeah. So you can only do it a few times, and I was using it at the beginning of the boss fight, and I'm like, oh, I'm doing great. But then towards the second and third phase, he was basically immune to stop towards then.
Yeah.
So the first phase, I learn about his telegraphed melee attacks. He shoots those blue orbs at you, or he does the red orbs that come down and you have to run away from them. And I'm dying, but I'm kind of just learning the patterns of the boss,
Yeah.
And this is what Rebirth does really well. It's amazing to me that there's so many different bosses and they have so many different mechanics and so many different moves. But I think this one does really well because the second phase, when you go into Gi Nattak, it's okay, now those...
Is that the floating skull head things?
Yeah, they have 2 of those. They have I don't forget what they're called. But after he does the red orbs that come down, these 2 They're like floating skulls, but they're different. If you don't kill them, then they cast instant death on you and you die.
Oh, okay.
So it's not doom, you just die. So you have to kill them first. So ads are introduced. And then you kind of have to like repeat that. You have to pressure him by doing strong physical attacks to him. And, you know, all these things kind of build up. And I'm like, okay, I got my limits. And I used my limits early, but that was like a bad idea to use my limits early because then in the third phase,
you need them.
Then you have the ads, which are like multiple things. And this reminds me of an MMO, right? Where it's like you've got all these skulls everywhere and you have to get rid of all the ads. So like...
Yeah, it feels very Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah. But I equipped Barret with like, he had Magnify Materia with like a fire spell or something, right? So it would bounce to like kill as many as I could.
That's cool.
And then I had a synergy skill that Red would just do a spell on top of that if Barret did something like a magic spell. But then Red, if you hold down the attack button, then he spins in a circle and then you can hit a bunch at once, do an AoE attack, and then you get your double ATB bars, and then you do Stardust Ray or whatever that attack is.
Yeah.
And it kills all the ads. And if you don't do it in time, then you get this terrible debuff. And the debuff that, you know, you get those little mask icons under your health bar, and it's like, your HP is halved, your MP is halved. Like,
yeah, your strength, your defense.
And it's like, you're just like hosed if you don't do it, right?
Yeah.
But the game is explicitly telling you what you need to do, and I like that. I'm not confused, it's just I need to have the skill to complete it.
Yeah.
And then once those ads are done, and then the second phase is done, then the third phase comes, and then he casts Doom on you. And there's literally a timer above your heads, and it's like, you gotta put up or shut up right now, and you have to fight him, right? So it feels like this building culmination of like, I did everything right. At the beginning, I didn't waste all my spells. I wasn't just spamming stop on him. I was blocking, I was perfect parrying.
Yeah.
I beat the ads, now I'm casting stop on him, and then I'm like unloading on him. And as you're building your synergy abilities, and you do your synergy attacks against him at this moment, and then like I have my maxed out second tier limit breaks that I have in this one. And then I just unload on him in the Doom phase. And when I beat him, I was like, this rules. Like, it took so much time and it was so hard, but I didn't feel like it was an accident. I didn't feel like I was doing other bosses. I'm like, I don't know. I just kind of tripped over in my way through that and I got there. But this one was like, I had to execute and it was all me and it felt awesome. Anyway, loved it.
That's awesome. I'm so glad to hear that because
loved it.
I know that most of our discussions about boss fights, you do not have a similar opinion. It's usually like you're guessing, you feel sloppy, and then you end up killing the boss somehow. But here it sounds like it was a really well constructed, if you can use that word.
Yeah, it was.
Boss fight, especially on hard mode. I mean, I frankly think that's awesome. So props to the devs for that. I mean, on normal mode, it's way easier. Way easier. I'm surprised you didn't even wake me up because you died those times throughout like the 2 hours and then you beat it.
But I was doing it just to learn. I was dying on purpose. I was like, okay, like what are the things that I need to learn?
Next?
This, this, he does this.
Try this, try that.
Yeah, but it actually felt coherent. Unlike the one with Dying, where it was like some of the stuff doesn't make sense. It's like swinging that giant whatever.
Dying was cheap. It was a cheap fight.
I hated Dying.
It was just weird stuff though, whereas this one being an undead and a sorcerer, like all the stuff that happened went well together.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about like the actual like stages, how Dying's like growing a magnet arm or whatever.
Right, the theme, the stages. You didn't end up with like some weird like arm and laser stuff and like in the Dying fight.
Yeah.
That was just weird. Like this actually felt like it was a well designed, not just the fight itself or the mechanics, but like the actual theme of the transition from phase to phase to phase.
So you're saying like even storytelling wise in the fight, it made sense, the builds made sense, and then Spencer's saying the mechanics made sense.
Even when they cast Doom on you, right? Because even that's like, there is like the fight aspect of it, which is now you have a timer on your head.
Yeah.
But it's also like a commentary on the Gi themselves and how they feel. And whoever wrote like the script or whatever it is, or the story for this fight, they did a pretty good job.
I liked it. It's my favorite boss fight so far.
Really? Favorite boss fight so far? Okay.
It's hard, but it was awesome. It felt rewarding to complete.
That's great.
Unlike some other bosses.
I don't know. Normal mode, it was fine, but it like, I feel kind of bad. Like, I feel like I need to beat this game on hard mode if we ever get through all these chapters so I can, right? Because I want to have that experience. To me, it was just kind of like a typical boss fight. I think it took me like 6 minutes. I got to see some synergies I don't normally see. For me, I did better with Barret than Nanaki. Nattak really kind of took out Nanaki quite a bit, and that might have been a subconscious, like, on purpose thing for me. Kind of like, Feel free to destroy him.
Nice. You just like don't care about Nanaki.
I was like, beat him up. That's fine.
But like, you have to get up close with Nanaki because he doesn't have ranged attacks.
Right.
So you're in his big melee range. He's going to hit you. So if you don't block those or parry those, then it's going to really hurt.
I'm a lazier fighter than Spencer is.
And he grabs you too. And then he like sucks you, you know, and then it's like, okay, you're just toast. Whereas Barret kind of can avoid that.
None of the terrible things that happen in the hard mode fight happened to me because I beat him, I think, sooner than was possible for those things to happen. Like, I think he casts Doom at the end.
You always get
on everybody.
Doom gets...
But it was like I killed him so fast after he cast Doom that it was kind of a non-issue, right? And never did I get any debuffs on me because normal mode is just a totally different ball game, right? I beat
it's
Remake on hard mode back in the day, and I remember what a difference it was compared to normal mode. It's just not the same. And Ernest is playing on story mode.
Right.
So I imagine you didn't have many struggles in story mode either, right, Ernest?
No, not at all. Like, you don't really have the struggles. But the transition from phase to phase, even the spell selection, like it all, from a story perspective, it was good. Because on your way to him, right, like one of the things that I found very interesting about how they chose to tell the Guy story, at least in this section, because remember in the next section we actually go with Nattak, right? But like in this section, all the little idols and the way the statues, once you lit them up or would talk to you, they told the story from the perspective of like a third party, almost like a modern day archaeologist finding artifacts and then trying to read a story into them. What happened? What do these things mean?
Sorry, are you talking about the effigies within this boss fight?
The ones on the way to the boss fight, right? Like, you know how you take the idols and you put them on the altars and
I
then
see, and you hear them like say something.
They start talking.
Our anger gives way to calm.
You're trying to understand, you're trying to figure out what's going on here, the history from a third party looking in. And then when you get to Nattak, he's like telling you more of the story through the actual boss fight, right? To include the doom at the end, right? Which is like, it's almost like the foretelling of the story of the Guy by way of the fight itself. But you're still experiencing it as a third person looking in on it. Whereas the next section, you're actually told from their perspective what happened.
Yeah. I love your experiences with this boss. It was fine for me. It was fun. I think the worst part about the fight was just hearing Nanaki's silly taunts in his Marty McFly voice.
Just watch. Fear me. Who's up for a bite?
I was just like, oh my gosh, no. But we don't need to beat that dead horse, honestly. But
we do every episode.
Because that's how much it affected me. Like, I just, every time he opens his mouth, I'm like, who are you, you imposter of a child? Whatever, it's fine. It's not fine, but I'm going to pretend it's fine so we can move on.
Aww.
Overall, the dungeon as a whole, I think it was fine. Wasn't my favorite, didn't hate it, didn't love it. I had a nice enough time that I wasn't just like checking my watch. It got a little long, maybe a little bit in the middle, but it wasn't bad. It looked cool visually. I really do think it looked cool visually, except
the art was really good.
Except one thing, you guys. Why does the cave vending machine look like a dinosaur turd? Why?
It's so dumb.
It looks like a dinosaur turd. They're trying to like stylize it, but it looks like a piece of poop.
Yes, but it's like the dumbest thing. It's like nobody in the world uses this system other than the party. That like,
right? It never makes sense.
Oh, I got this folio and I have to use it at this vending machine. It's such a game mechanic.
Yeah.
And there's just benches placed in the spirit of the Guy cave that's been locked away for thousands of years, or like 50 years or whatever. It's just stupid. Yes, and it looks dumb. It looks so dumb. It's the dumbest thing. Let me just press start and change my character stats. I don't have to like have a vending machine to do this.
Yeah, okay.
It's stupid.
I have a question for you though, Spencer. So anybody who watched our Summer Game Fest VOD knows that I grew up playing all the games, but then once I hit like my mid-20s, I didn't have the time I used to have. So I haven't played for a couple decades now, most of the games out there. So when I see the benches and the dinosaur turd vending machine and these kinds of things, my assumption was that these kind of gamified elements are in all games. Are they not?
No.
Why do they put him in here? Just put him in the menu.
There's so many weird eccentricities in Final Fantasy games, like crazy. Like you wouldn't believe. Like that's why I always say.
Why would they do that then?
You need to play Mass Effect, Jolie. You need to play a Western RPG that you
I will
love.
someday. I'll play it someday. I really will.
When I watch you play the old Final Fantasies, like when we were dating or whatever, you would be like, look, there's like a save sphere or like, you know, on the original, like.
In 7, it was like the rotating little.
Yeah, question mark or whatever that
question
7
thing
is.
or whatever it looks like. I don't even know.
It makes sense. There's these save points or these designated areas or iconography for you to like do a certain thing. It's not like that in most other games that I've played.
I can't remember. What was it like in 16 where they had no marriage to an original?
I don't even remember. 16. You just probably could just save it.
I thought it was like an autosave thing.
Was it? Well, there's always autosave.
It's hardly even an RPG. You just kind of run around and.
I know.
Do you have to go somewhere? I can't even remember.
I don't remember. I have to look back.
Yeah, I don't remember either. I do know that I liked the combat system in it, but...
In 16?
That's about it.
Didn't you play it in story mode?
I did.
Okay. Fair enough.
It says it saves automatically at regular intervals, such as after cutscenes, you know.
I thought it was an autosave. I was pretty sure that the little thing would pop up.
No, but you can also save it manually. So when can you do that?
Oh, yeah, you can go to the menu and save it anytime you want.
But there's not like a bench that you sit on.
Is there like a dinosaur turd save spot?
No, no dinosaur turds.
No, there's no dinosaur turds as far as I know, but...
Oh, that's a darn shame.
It reminds me a little bit of 15, where you get like these random weird things in the game.
Wait, what kind of thing?
When they pitch their Coleman tent and they eat a slice of pizza.
Yeah.
Cup noodles.
That's actually
Cup of noodles, right?
Hello there. Care for cup noodles?
I think the sponsorship stuff, like the product placement in 15, is hysterical and makes the game better.
Going through all that trouble to make our own custom cup, it's made me appreciate cup noodles even more.
Perhaps we truly can't improve upon perfection.
It is hysterical.
One thing I will say about this dungeon, so story-wise, this whole dungeon does feel like a bit of a tangent in the game because...
It does feel, yes.
We're thinking like, shouldn't we be going after Sephiroth or fighting Shinra? Like we already have two main objectives of like bad guys we're fighting, right? And now we're just doing some side story for some character we just met. But I do remember the OG dungeon also feeling like a tangent to me when I played the OG, even when Nanaki didn't feel like a different character to me back then in the OG. So it still felt like a tangent. But I do think that Rebirth developers added some really interesting content later, which we're going to get to soon, that makes this dungeon more relevant, which I appreciated. It actually makes it a little less tangential, I guess. Tangential. How do you say that word?
I would agree with that because I think this was a good setup for what came next.
I think they had to have this dungeon because they had it in the OG, and Hamaguchi has said that it's like imperative to him that they keep the main beats from the OG, right? So if they're going to have it, the fact that they added payoffs to it afterwards, I think is great. I think it's awesome. So after the dungeon is where we get to tie a little bow on the Nanaki daddy issues story. You guys get to tie a bow on it. So after we have fought this main boss, Nanaki's feeling pretty good about himself.
You've become quite the formidable fighter.
Sure have. So, does this mean I passed the test?
I'm afraid that decision is not mine alone to make.
You guys, someone else. Who could it be? I don't know. I'm so confused. I don't know. I know. So then we step out into the night, under the moon, and under the stars, where Bugenhagen brings the story of the heroic Watcher of the Veil to a close.
The Watcher of the Veil fought valiantly and offered up his life in defense of our home. As you see, he still watches over us to this very day.
That's where Nanaki connects the dots as we see this petrified cat dog perched high on a cliff, and Nanaki realizes the stone hero is none other than dun 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 his father. I'm sorry, I'm being a little facetious here in my delivery.
Wait, is that Seto? My father? No, there's no way.
The poisoned arrows of the Gi transformed his body into stone, and there he has stood ever since, his watch eternal, our savior.
What about my mom? Did she know what had happened to him?
Oh. Why, of course she did. It was, after all, she and Seto who asked me to see her off the cave.
But why? Why did she never tell me the truth?
Because she knew that if she did, you would attempt to seek your father out all by yourself. Your parents strove to keep our Vale safe. But there is one thing they fought even harder to protect. You, Nanaki, their son.
She was afraid, because I was too small and weak.
Back then, perhaps, but not anymore, heavens no. You've become a fine warrior in your own right. And that is precisely why I brought you here. But this is not where your journey is meant to end, my dear boy. You must leave the Vale once more.
But I'm a Watcher now. I gotta protect our home like he did.
Listen to me, Nanaki. When I first heard your friend's emphatic warnings, I dismissed them outright. No more than the ravings of misguided youths. When you've lived as long as I have, you start to believe you've seen it all, that no surprises remain. But I realize now how very foolish I have been. The eyes that I thought saw the world clearly have grown blind to new possibilities.
But
I would hate to impede your progress any further. I bid you leave, Nanaki, before, like me, you become inured to your own ignorance. With sharper eyes and keener ears, go forth and in my stead seek the great truths of our world. Look after him for me.
Don't worry. We will.
You failed this trial, my boy. Continue your training and try again. Are you up to the task, Nanaki?
You bet I am. After all. I am Nanaki, Watcher of Cosmo Canyon, and son of Seto, protector of our Vale.
Ernest, you tell us first. What did you think of this whole scene, this whole reveal?
I liked it. I liked it a lot because I think if you strip away the reasons to hate it or whatever you want to call it, and you look at just the story of like, he had this one opinion of his father basically his whole life. And then he comes to find out that his father is actually a hero. Like, it's a pretty touching moment. I mean, we saw Barret's reaction, right? So yeah, at least when I played it the first time or played it through, it was an emotional scene, I'll say that much. They delivered on that. The tear coming down from the eye, a father's pride for his son. It was there. Like, they nail that. Absolutely. Again, I can see where, like, if you let other things derail you on the way here, it's not going to land the same way, right? But if you didn't and you got to this point, I mean, Barret's reaction was both touching and funny at the same time because it's Barret, right? But him realizing as a father, like, you know, what...
Wait, you thought it was funny? Barret's reaction was touching and funny? Really?
Touching and funny at the same time, yeah.
What was funny about it?
Because it's Barret, right? He's like this big, tough guy. And here he is like, sniffling, right? At the realization of it.
Do you think they intended humor in that moment?
I don't think they did. I think that was just my
okay,
Barret carrying the tough guy persona the entire time.
Sure.
Another thing I enjoyed that I wouldn't say was like important at all, I just kind of thought it was cool, was when they're about to leave, right? And Nanaki goes back and he does that howl up at the moon.
Uh-huh.
It's very have you seen the Native American shirts of the wolves howling at the moon?
Yeah.
The Native American shirts?
Yeah.
Like the wolf shirts.
The wolf shirts.
Oh, the wolf shirts. Oh,
yeah. But yes,
I would.
Yeah.
So growing up, I was always like, if someone's wearing a wolf howling shirt, they're a weirdo. Not Native Americans, but
yeah.
But that design.
In junior high or high school, I was like, oh, they're that kind of person.
Yeah.
But you know what it is, right? And I assume that was their nod to that part of the culture, right? Because this entire thing is a Native American themed kind of thing. When I saw that happen, I was like, oh, that's a lot like the shirt. That's pretty cool.
Yes.
The artwork.
They thought, let's make this moment like the t-shirt.
The wolf shirt.
I mean, it literally was. That's what it was.
Or wolves howl and so do cat and dogs.
He's a dog, guys. He howls.
He howls.
No cats in there, It
could remind you of the shirt. I just don't think they were going for the shirt. I
don't know. I felt like they were, but you're right. They may not have been. It just reminded me of it. But I think they did a good job here at the end. I think they landed it. Like Spencer said, it's probably pretty easy to guess, right, along the way what was going to happen here. But the story and the way they delivered it and then the tear. And I mean, I thought they did a good job.
You bought into it. So then let me ask you a quick question. So then before this scene happened, were you bought into the daddy story? Like the Nanaki having problems?
Which is more than I can say for my good-for-nothing father. When it comes to my dad, sorry, I can't. He was a coward.
Were you emotionally connected and invested in that story before this scene?
Not really, to be honest. I don't want to say I didn't care because that's the wrong way to phrase it, but it wasn't like I was really particularly paying much attention to it, so to speak. But then again, when we got to this scene, I was like, oh, I see now. Because the weight of that scene was pretty heavy because the son has just been having this horrible image of his father for his entire life.
But you said you didn't buy into that, right? So did you just suddenly, I'm just curious how this works for you, because did you suddenly buy into it once the scene started and then you accepted it and so it affected you? Or,
I mean,
I'm just trying to figure it out.
I guess buy into it's the wrong phrase. It's more like,
because you said they nailed it, right? You said they nailed this part in the end.
Right.
But then you say that the lead up was bad. So how did they go from bad lead up to nailing the scene? Help me understand that, because I'm not in that place, obviously. So I want to know how you got there.
Well, because I wasn't picking apart the story on the way there. It was more like, okay, this individual hates his father, right? And one of the things, like you said, they didn't really build that story very much. They mentioned it here and there, but it wasn't really something that you could buy into, but you knew the story because they told you, right? So you knew he had a problem with his dad.
But you just accept it.
Yeah. I just accept it.
You accept the words on their face when they give them to you. This is an issue he had, therefore I will go along with it.
Right. And then as they're saying it, as they're walking through, why would I, forgive my father and blah, blah, blah. It's okay, I'm not not believing the story, but I'm also not bought into the story. I'm just kind of going along with it.
Yeah.
And then they get to that scene and it's now I get it. Now I understand why it was so important to deliver it in this manner.
Okay, so you accepted it. I think one thing that I think we know is, so Ernest, you love pretty much any movie. I think you're the kind of person, okay, maybe I'll set it up like this. Plancy, Plancy Spence from Stream?
Yeah.
By the way, Plancy, if you ever watch this, your comment about something this is chunks or
he
something.
said Andromeda chunks.
Andromeda is chunks. Yeah.
Is chunks.
I have been laughing at that randomly at points in the last few weeks. So
you've changed the trajectory of Jolie's life for the better because
so
you said Andromeda is chunks.
Now he's saying that if something sucks, it chunks or is anyway, whatever. Kind of an inside joke. Sorry, everybody. But Plancy, that made me laugh. Plancy left a comment. I don't know if you saw this, Spence and Ernest, if you look at the comments.
Yeah, on the River of Lights thing.
Yeah, where he's like, he was alluding, I don't remember exactly what he said, but something along like...
That we nitpick too much. And
we
it's
nitpick,
something
like you...
That's a good moment, and it's like, I don't get lost in the weeds kind of
the
thing.
Aerith speech, like we're kind of critical about things that he's like, just let it wash over you or kind of thing. Ernest, I think, is in that camp. Like, Ernest, you... let things wash over you. That's why you like any movie, and you're very willing to like accept the plot as they like give it to you when they give it to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not as much of a, and I don't mean this in like a wrong way, right? Because this is actually more of a curse. You're not a critical thinker of storyline and story plot just by nature. I think you just accept it. And I think that's a blissful place to be because then you go to scenes like this and you're just like letting it wash over you, even if the setup was crap or even if the setup was chunks. Like you accept it and you go along with that, right? Somebody like me, now my background is filmmaking, obviously, storytelling, screenwriting, all of that. So by nature, I can't just, like, I sit down and I want it to wash over me, and good storytelling does, but it's easier to find holes when you're trained and experienced in something in storytelling, or if you're just naturally, I think, a storyteller. Like Spencer's not necessarily trained in storytelling, but I feel like, Spencer, you probably lean more in my camp of like seeing the holes, but maybe not dwelling on them and obsessing about them as much as I do, because that's just the way I roll, right?
Yeah, well, it's funny because...
Am I right on this like assessment?
Yeah. I think Ernest is like, whatever comes my way, like, cool.
Yeah.
I'll accept kind of what the developers are trying to get at. And like...
You accept the intent.
So when Seto's big reveal, it's like, okay, cool. Like, your intention was to do this. And I think they do a good job or whatever. You know, for me, it's like, I mean, if you're asking me what I think about it, I've said this so many times on the podcast now, but it's like, I get their intention and that the intention was good. It's like, you have a son who has some incorrect opinions about his father, and it's shaped kind of his life and who he is. And then at the end, you kind of see that he was wrong about everything, that his father sacrificed his life to save the village when he thought he turned tail and ran. So to me, it's like, okay, that is a good message. You know, that's like, sure.
Totally agree.
Right.
The message is good. The intent is good.
Yes, but then I say this, the execution is poor.
Chunks.
And this happens,
Chunks.
See, I'm not as like, okay, there's Ernest who's like, cool, and I'm like, nah. And then Jolie's like, these are the 12 reasons why it's bad, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why you like listening to us, because we have difference of opinion.
We have differences, right?
Yeah, for me, it's like, okay, Nanaki starts over. He's like, he resets his character development in the middle of the Cosmo Canyon stuff. Now he's like this young kid, and he's all like, I hate my dad. I can't talk about it at the River of Lights. It's just too painful. And then you go down and you do the whole dungeon or whatever, and he's like, oh, like, my dad sucks. But then Bugenhagen is talking about how, but there was this watcher who was great, you know? And then you have the big reveal, and it's like, I like the intention behind it, but I don't think it lands. For me, it's sweet. It's cool. Like the tear from the stone. I'm sure that was iconic back in 1997 when it came out or whatever.
Yeah, it was.
But there's this part where at the very end, it's like, what? That's like my dad, you know? And
You sound just like him too.
Yeah, and he's just so like, oh, great.
Is that Seto? My father?
I don't know. And Bugenhagen knew the whole time, and they're like, well, why didn't he tell me? Because they cared about you more than they cared about the village or whatever. Like, the reasoning and the explanation makes no sense to me.
Same.
But it's like a nice moment, but it doesn't work. You know, it's like your parents cared more because they knew that if you knew the truth, then you would like run off on your own and do something irresponsible or something. I'm like, okay, like, so you just hated your dad for your whole life, and then...
Right. Okay.
Now you know. I don't know.
Yes, Spencer. So, do you guys want to hear you said what?
Yeah, let's hear it.
12 reasons why something works or doesn't work.
Yes.
I literally have like a list of that.
I know. I figured you did.
You should, because our audience loves to hear it.
But
I don't know.
They got lots to say, yeah.
It probably drives them crazy in some aspects, but I'm not going to stop. Sorry.
For the viewers that, like, when I married Jolie, I used to enjoy movies. And then the joke is, and I probably told this before too.
Yeah.
But now I don't enjoy movies because I'm married to someone who critiques everything, right? But, like, that's fine because when a good movie lands, it's like it really hits.
It's like, that was so good.
It's like, that was good because they got all the things right. They executed.
It doesn't, like, make me excited to be critical of stories. I'm not, like, going into a movie being like, oh, this is going to be fun to see what we can rip apart. Like, I'm not like that. I really want to just let it wash over me and enjoy it, you know? But I always go back to the example of, like, if you're a professional basketball player and you go to a basketball game, you are going to notice things that other people don't notice, that people did right, people did wrong, that are very specific to that craft. And that's just the world I live in. My world is filmmaking, video production, writing. So that's just my world, right? So, okay. Here's my list of things.
I'm excited.
First, I will say that the whole scene, which also did take place in the OG, as we touched on, I think it's really nice in a lot of ways, okay? So, for example, the visual of the petrified father with spears in him, that's a powerful visual.
The gi arrows.
The gi arrows, yeah, exactly. Those things, the spears.
Sorry, they're the ones that petrify, not the spears.
Whatever. Are they not? They look like spears. They're like, they're arrows.
They're huge, but I think they're the gi arrows.
Yeah,
they
you're
say
right.
the poison arrows.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm just saving you from the comments, Jolie.
I don't care what the comments
I know.
Anyway, I do think that image is powerful, though. I'm being completely honest. I think it looks really good.
With the moon and the rock up there,
The music is powerful.
When I first heard your friends' emphatic warnings, I dismissed them outright. No more than the ravings of misguided youths. When you've lived as long as I have, you start to believe you've seen it all, and no surprises remain. And I realize now how
the setting is powerful, how it is under the stars in the night sky, and the cinematography is really effective. So the shots themselves are actually really good, because when you're looking at Bugenhagen, a lot of times you're looking up at Bugenhagen like we would an elder, and down at Nanaki like you would a child or somebody who is still learning, right? So the shots are actually psychological in their setup as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then the movements of the camera also help tell the story. Oh, well, except you guys, I'm laughing. No one else will think this is funny, but the movements of the camera in the shots are really good, except it's a little... Okay, there's this one moment where Bugenhagen says, sharper ears.
Yeah, and that was crazy.
No, he says sharper eyes, and we see close-up of eyes.
Yeah, they like zoom in on his...
And then sharper ears, and we see close-up of his ears. Yeah, it's like he's doing the speech, and the shots are working, and then it's like ear, eye. It's really weird, you guys.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I bid you leave, Nanaki, before, like me, you become inured to your own ignorance. With sharper eyes and keener ears, go forth and in my stead seek the great truths of our world.
They like super zoom in, like you see the hairs on his ears and like his earrings and stuff, and I'm like, whoa, back up.
So like other than that moment, which like was kind of hilarious, I'll be honest, but other than that, like the cinematography is mostly pretty good, right? The animations are good. I think you'd agree with that, Spencer, our resident animator, right? I think the mocaps are really good. The sound design is really good because there's enough reverb and like ambient sound to feel natural and not distracting, because you have to remember all audio is recorded super clean in studio, right? And then it has to be dirtied up in post-production where they have to add like the right amount of echo and environment hiss and crackling background fire torches and all that, which takes a lot of skill.
Is that Seto? My father?
Like, that takes a lot of skill. And I think Rebirth and Remake actually do a pretty dang good job. I know we were talking about, like, the issues with how loud the volume of the music is next to the dialogue. Like, that's a separate thing. But the actual sound design in these games is pretty good. And I remember that being an issue in 15. I remember thinking the sound design was not so good in some moments. I was like, oh, that's bad.
Bless you all.
It's good here, right? Because even like the jingle of Nanaki's collar sounds natural. All of that has to be added in. Because if you're in an outdoor scene and you're watching an outdoor scene and it's completely silent except for when someone's moving or something, it's weird.
Uh-huh.
And so you have to dirty it up, and they do a good job.
Did she know what had happened to him?
Also, the voice acting is great. I mean, we talked about it before. Bugenhagen's voice actor is fantastic.
Why, of course she did.
And as much as I dislike Nanaki's voice change, his voice actor is fantastic too.
She was afraid because I was too small and weak.
So there are no distractingly awkward line reads or bad acting moments in these scenes, which also help them be a little bit powerful in that way. And then the dialogue itself is actually pretty good. I'm not even going to lie. There's even some subtext in it, like when Bugenhagen yells at Nanaki that he has failed the trial.
You failed this trial, my boy. Continue your training and try again.
The audience understands that what he's actually saying is that Nanaki should stay with our party for our mutual good, that it's what's best for all, and that he didn't actually fail a trial, right? It's in subtext that we know what's going on. So you can tell that they really iterated on the dialogue in this scene until they were pleased with it. It wasn't rushed, like maybe some other parts were. And then also, I have a lot of good things to say about this. The monologue, too, that Bugenhagen is saying, or he's telling Nanaki to leave before he becomes old and stuck in his ways, like we touched on earlier. This happens in this scene.
But I realize now how very foolish I have been. The eyes that I thought saw the world clearly have grown blind to new possibilities.
This is Bugenhagen's conscious acknowledgement of his own flaws about why he has been so dismissive of Tifa and the party's experiences. So it's almost like a humble apology through subtext and sincere concern for his pupil's future at the same time that he wants Nanaki to become even wiser than he is. And some of it's not really subtextual, but I think it's good here. It's almost an apology without having to come out and say, I'm sorry.
When I first heard your friend's emphatic warnings, I dismissed them outright. No more than the ravings of misguided youths. When you've lived as long as I have, you start to believe you've seen it all, that no surprises remain.
I think that's good. And also, going back to the theme of this that we're supposed to be gathering, I think, the idea of Nanaki's parents doing everything in their power to save Nanaki, that's really nice.
Yeah.
So all of us, we have parents, some of us are parents, all of us, 3 of us here are parents, right? That's a universal theme that is easy for us to emotionally connect to. And then having Seto cry tears, like you said, I think that was a sweet moment, showing that while Seto is gone, or at least mirroring that while a parent may be gone from this world, passed on or something like that, they're never really gone, right? And that a parent's sacrifice for their child makes everything worth it. I mean, I'm not sure what the logic is behind the crying statue, but I'm willing to accept it for this nice scene. It's something that I don't need an explanation for. And it's also something, like we said, from the OG. And then finally, see, lots of good things. Get ready for the hammer, though.
Oh, no.
Finally, having Barret be emotionally moved by Nanaki's story is sweet to me. I think he has a level of understanding that the others don't, and that's really nice. It's also nice that they show him crying from the back, so we don't have to digest his cry face, which is not what Barret would want, right? So we're respecting his wishes, and they do show him actually put on his sunglasses.
He puts on his glasses.
Yeah, in the darkness, right? Because we know that they're just an emotional barricade for him when he doesn't want to show his vulnerability around others. So, I mean, all of this stuff that I'm mentioning, it's all really nice. And you can tell that the developers put a lot of time, a lot of effort, and straight up cash, frankly, into this whole series of scenes. It's a lot of effort here, a lot of money. Okay.
You can talk about the things you don't like, Jolie. It's okay.
Well, I'm going to.
You don't have to have this giant preamble of the things you like.
But that's not a setup. I really think those things were good.
I know. I'm teasing.
It would not be fair if I said that this whole scene sucked, because it didn't.
I'm teasing.
It didn't suck.
Right.
Elements of it work, but that doesn't mean everything works.
So many things about these games work, right?
Yes.
And these things that don't.
Because it's like you said, it's intention versus execution.
Yes.
And some of the execution, on individual elements, works really well, right? But not everything works together. Okay, so there's obviously, I have to say it because it's about Nanaki. There's one primary glaring issue through all of this, and that's that story-wise, this whole scene has not been earned. There's simply not enough setup for this entire story to tie our emotions in on a deeper level beyond this moment is enticing. Does that make sense? Like, I'm willing to bet that if you are feeling emotional during this scene, like maybe even Ernest,
music.
I hate to say it, it's probably because you're moved by the music and the setting and the dialogue and the deeper intended meaning behind it. Or because you're empathetic to Barret, maybe, not because you're moved by Nanaki's forced emotional mini arc. Because you don't know who Nanaki is. And you just learned about his parents' story 5 seconds ago. So literally, we're in the middle of chapter 10. And the first mention of Nanaki's father was, in chapter 10.
I can protect our veil and everyone in it. Which is more than I can say for my good-for-nothing father.
Because the developers apparently didn't feel like they could, foreshadow any of Red's issues with his father early. I guess they thought it would give away the voice change reveal or something. When I argue that it absolutely would not have, you could totally have done it anyway.
Yeah.
In fact,
it doesn't have to be a surprise.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. They thought
it's like this big reveal. Like he's not.
Well, it would have been a surprise anyway. What happened, sort of. Well, to an extent. But some of this would have still been just as surprising or not surprising with the foreshadowing, but then we would have been more emotionally connected to it. I think foreshadowing it would have been much stronger even before Red died, right? Doing it with Red. Instead, to me, this scene just feels like a series of beautiful individual elements filled with story potential that was not met.
That was actually my main problem, was the lead-in wasn't really good. And then the reason they gave as to why they didn't tell him the truth before.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting to that.
It was weak. They didn't give us enough time to really understand that. And so I wrote some notes here, the fact that they didn't tell him, why was it done like that? And so the notes I put was it actually protective or was it patronizing him, right? How much suffering did he endure believing this lie most of his life?
Yeah.
And did that shame actually shape his identity in any way? We don't know because they didn't tell us any of that, right? Would he have been better or worse knowing the truth earlier, right? But then I also thought about it. I was like, well, he was a child when this happened, right? And I was thinking how do we, and I realize he's a cat dog or whatever, but human beings, how do we handle this kind of stuff, right? So do we tell our children, especially when they're young, about things like wars, war crimes, genocide, slavery, these type of things, right? There's an age-appropriate nature to that. Sure. And perhaps in his, again, they didn't do a good job explaining it, but perhaps in his case, right, that was the case. Also, a lot of families have, let's just call it difficult family histories for whatever reason. There could be many reasons for that. When is that usually brought up with a child, right? When are they mentally able to understand the context of that? And then also, would he have been better or worse knowing the truth earlier? These are all things that they didn't explain. So what I'm wondering is, when did they abduct him?
Sure.
Because, again, if he was really a child in his race...
I get what you're saying, but...
Would it have been appropriate for his age and mental capacity to have told him that before he was abducted?
If you're going to lie, make up a different lie that doesn't make your dad look like a douche.
I will totally go with you on that one. Yeah. They should have said something else.
They don't have to tell him the truth until he's old enough, but they don't have to make up this terrible lie. So, okay.
Your dad is a coward.
Yes.
Right.
Why did they do it that way? It's so dumb.
Yeah, because then they said he ran off. And then also think about the excuse. It's oh, well, if we had told you the truth, you would have run off.
Right.
And, well, you just told him that he ran away.
Right.
So why wouldn't he have run after him to go find him?
What about my mom? Did she know what had happened to him?
Why, of course she did. It was, after all, she and Seto who asked me to see her off the cave.
Okay, so this reason that Nanaki's mother allowed Nanaki to believe his father was a loser for 45 years, that it was so Nanaki wouldn't try to enter a cave, right?
Yes, it's so dumb.
Why did she never tell me the truth?
Because she knew that if she did, you would attempt to seek your father out all by yourself.
I find this reason to be at best weird and definitely unjustified, but at worst a terrible thing to do to your child. I'm sorry, it's not very cool of his mother to both Nanaki and Seto to just make up this horrible lie about his dad. Like, I think Nanaki might have been just a tad justified if in this moment, in this scene, at this realization, he had gone from, I love my mom and I hate my dad, to, I love my dad and I kind of hate my mom now. Like, it's just like, what the heck?
She was afraid because I was too small and weak.
If his mother was so worried that he was too small to, like, survive the cave and would try to get in if he knew the truth, like, couldn't they just make sure he couldn't open that stupid sealed door? Like, it seemed like it was a door that only Bugenhagen was capable of unlocking anyway, and the Gi couldn't get through it, apparently. Like, how would some puppy? Like, it's just...
Who knows? That was a poor job, like you said. That was not well set up at all.
And like I said, if you have to tell Nanaki some lie about his dad, tell him a different lie that doesn't make him look like such a total loser. Like, why this choice? It's not this specific in the OG. So even if they felt tied to the original, I feel like the developers could have made a better choice when trying to justify the lie here. It's just...
Because think about it, even if they had just told a part of the story to him, like said, well, your father is a hero, he perished saving the veil.
That's all they had to say.
Nanaki's not going to go looking, like, go in there.
It's just so dumb. It's
right?
so
like,
dumb. There's no reason that justifies this horrible writing choice.
But, like, is that the reasoning that's in the OG?
No.
Okay, so I don't know.
In the OG, okay.
Because I feel like a lot of times they're like, well, we got to do what happened in the original, and that's how we wrote it then.
That was my only complaint about this, is like that line of reasoning in the setup was poor.
Yeah, so in the OG, the way it goes down, so Nanaki asks if his mother knew the truth about Seto, and Bugenhagen says that she did, and that she made him promise not to tell a soul, and to seal up the cave and forget about that place. They don't say that the story was made up to repel young Nanaki from trying to enter the sealed door. They don't say that. That was made up in Rebirth, and it was so dumb. At least I couldn't find it in the original game. To me, it was just like the mom wanted to forget about that place, so they sealed up the door and never spoke of it. Here, they have this whole, like, side story of a lie about him being this loser.
Yeah.
It seems like in the OG, Nanaki just assumes that his dad was a coward. It wasn't because somebody told him his dad was a coward. He just assumed that he got up and ran, and nobody ever knew he assumed that, and so they never corrected him. Whereas here, it's like his mother blatantly lied to him and told him his dad was a loser.
One thing I also think they didn't do a good job talking about was that the cave itself was the weakness that they were talking about.
This cave serves as a boundary between our world and that of the Gi. It was vital to them in their plans. Were the Gi to seize control of it, the canyon would be doomed.
And the people.
When the Gi moved against us yet again, a certain watcher recalled this vulnerability.
Huh?
Since time was of the essence, he entered the cave without reinforcements. As he had feared, it was teeming with Gi, ready to descend upon the village. Determined to protect the veil, he pounced from one foe to the next, felling all who dared oppose him.
The veil, like, had defenses or something or other, and the Gi found the cave, and they were going to attempt to come in through that cave into where all the people were in Cosmo Canyon. And
that's why Seto went into the cave, but it isn't explained very well.
I would say they didn't explain it at all, let alone well.
I do agree with you on that, both of you. I'm just like, why this lie? Why this lie? And it just adds to that problem I have with the overall setup of this beautiful series of shots. That's why I think of this as like beautiful individual elements filled with that story potential that just wasn't met, right? It's like, instead of it being like a cohesive moment that has the story impact its budget deserves. So we're all on the outside watching the story unfold, to me, of this brand new character we know little about. Like, it isn't personal to our party, even from the fatherhood themes for Barret. Even though it's happening to our party member, it just feels like it's happening to that teenager we just met. And then there's these weird logic things about, like, why they lied about the dad. And going back to, like, if you make the argument that there's not a lot of setup of it in the OG story either, I think we were way more forgiving of the fast-paced story beats in the Polygon story in the 1990s. then we frankly should be here in a 160-hour realistic replay where there just isn't a good excuse for the lack of deeper setup for this scene. There's no excuse for drive-by storytelling in a game as big as this one, whereas there was an excuse in the time that the OG was made. Like, that made sense that they would have to kind of rush through it, right? And so if you're someone who didn't feel like something was missing, I'm going to go out on a limb. This might sound kind of harsh. If you didn't feel like something was missing, then I would argue that you are writing for the writers. You are filling in story gaps in your mind that were never presented, not even really implied, right? And then you're applying them to Nanaki and his story. And that's really nice of you to do for them. But I can't do that. I can't do it.
I have a hard time believing that the majority of the people would not at least had some sense of like something's missing here. Something's not right, you know?
Maybe so. I'm sure that there's a whole spectrum of opinions on this, but can I just throw in one like other crazy thing here?
Indeed.
Did anybody find it consciously like distracting when the whole party just like appears at the end of this? Did you notice this?
It happens multiple times.
Yeah.
They just show up. Like, they're just there.
Yeah, what's his name? Like Kate Sith is just there all of a sudden.
Well, like, they don't even show them like walking into the setting. They're just suddenly there.
It's almost like when the graphics engine glitches and like they like pop in. And I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it feels like that.
It's kind of funny to think like Cloud and Tifa and Aerith.
Were they just following us?
They were like just
the
like
whole time?
slowly behind. They're like, shh, don't let them know that we're behind them.
They're like hiding behind the rocks.
We'll let them fight the hardest boss in the game right now. We'll just let them watch.
We'll just watch, yeah.
Like, you can't tell me that you didn't think of them when they just showed up. Like, it's like, oh.
It just felt like.
I did. When they popped in like that, I was like, oh, where the hell were they at this whole time? Yeah.
To me, it wasn't even a story thing. It was all a gameplay mechanic. They had to do the split off of Barret and Red. So now they're here because they need to see the scene too, you know?
Right, but it's just, the moment just is a little consciously distracting because you're listening to the dialogue of the scene and all of a sudden it's, oh, you're here, hi. And it's just so weird. And it's made worse because we don't ever see them enter the area in the wide shot. It's not like we finish the dungeon and this scene is happening and there's a wide shot and our party walks in and then it's like, oh, haha, they were following us all along. It's like, no, there's no wide shot. So they're just suddenly in the close-ups. And you're like, what? There's no establishment.
It was almost like a Mystery Science Theater thing, right? Where like they're the front row of the audience watching. And then like they pan around and they're just right there. You're like, whoa, what happened?
Like Bugenhagen is halfway through his passionate monologue when we suddenly see the party standing there behind Barret. And it's just really weird. And sorry, from a filmmaking perspective, that is bad. You have to establish that something is changing. If it's changing, you can't just put them in the shot like that. It's just like, ugh.
You can do whatever you want in video games, Joe.
Another thing I found interesting, and maybe you noticed it before and I just didn't, but when they zoomed in his eyes, the fact that they're just like covered in cataracts, like there's no actual eye there.
I think the cataracts are cool because it kind of shows that he sees life not just through his eyes. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's kind of cool. But yeah, it is very evident during those particular shots, right? And then we talked about this a little bit too, but I don't think there was any person who played this game over the age of 4.5, and 4.5-year-olds should not be playing this game anyway. I don't think there's any person who heard the last minute shoehorn dialogue about I hate my dad throughout the beginning of this chapter who didn't assume beyond a shadow of a doubt that Nanaki was going to learn. He was wrong about his father all along. It wasn't exactly subtle. So to me, that's kind of the worst of both worlds. It's in your face and on the nose. So even the payoff of this scene was like, yeah.
Seto? My father?
We all know. Like, nobody doesn't know. It's not a mystery. It wasn't like a cool reveal like the geese stuff is later. It's like, okay, let's get to the part. Like, everybody knows it's coming, so just get to that part, right?
That's one of those where they had just moved the dialogue, right? If they had not said those things on the way to Seto and it had been part of Bugenhagen's monologue at that moment.
Wait, which part?
When he kept saying, oh, there was this watcher and then this watcher did this. And so you're kind of guessing already that it's going to be his dad, right? Because you're having the dad trauma and then Bugenhagen's randomly dropping in about this watcher. Had they not put those pieces about this watcher in there, right, and just went through that part and then put it over in his monologue towards the end.
When the Gi moved against us yet again, A certain Watcher recalled this vulnerability. Huh? The Watcher of the Veil fought valiantly and offered up his life in defense of our home. As you see, he still watches over us to this very day.
That's one story told at just that one moment at the end. You wouldn't have had that, oh, we're going to find out about his dad here, because they wouldn't have been dropping these little hints along the way.
That's true, but then there would have been other issues with the story by doing it too late. Like, yeah, we wouldn't have maybe guessed it, although you probably would have still guessed from the moment that Nanaki bows his head and says, I hate my dad and I love my mom, there's going to be some reveal.
I mean, fair enough, yeah.
So if you push it back too much, then it definitely feels shoehorned in at the last minute. So I just think that they should have rewritten this whole thing and just made it better writing. Do better.
No surprises remain.
But then also going back to Barret being the original party member, right? Selected by Bugenhagen to do the trial with Nanaki without explanation.
You do nicely.
Me?
So if that explanation was supposed to be that it's because he's a parent, right, a father, and he was meant to witness this touching story through his own eyes as a father, the developers could have locked that clarity in with just a subtle nod from Bugenhagen to Barret. That's it. That's like as he floated away or something like that. Something visual that implies this is the meaning I wanted you to experience, but not say it verbally, just some visual. Like even just Barret and Bugenhagen like locking eyes and Barret nodding at him in gratitude with no words exchanged. Like something as small as that could have acted as this light bulb moment that suddenly made the beginning of this dungeon make sense, because I don't think they tied up that loose end very well. I think a lot of people missed it because they didn't have that punctuation at the end of that story. Like this is affecting Barret. We see it affect Barret. But a lot of us, we've done the dungeon. We may have stopped playing a few days. We don't remember the words necessarily that Bugenhagen said.
That would render the trial meaningless.
If Cloud goes instead of Barret. So I have a complaint there. That would have been so easy, and they didn't do that.
I'm wondering, I didn't catch that at all. If that is the reason, that great, but I had no idea. I thought it just had to do with like, they wanted a ranged character in there.
Right. You're thinking it's a mechanic.
Yeah, there's been multiple times where they've had to split the party up for whatever reasons, and they will pair them up in certain ways so that you have like a good mix of people for the battles. And that's what I thought it was, honestly. I had no idea it was because, oh, he's a father.
Right. But if Bugenhagen and him had had a visual moment, you might have made that realization, right?
Probably, yeah, I would say.
Another thing, you guys, that moon needs to chillax. Like if a moon was that big, I feel like the planet would start rotating around it.
That's why I swear it's from that meme photo thing, because it's like a one.
No, it's not the wolf shirt, Ernest. It's just a big moon.
Look, okay. For all of our viewers and listeners who saw that scene, in the comments, tell us right now, did it remind you of that meme of a image?
Ernest, did you wear the wolf shirt in high school? Was that your shirt? Was that your go-to?
I didn't wear it in high school, but I did have that wolf shirt at some point back like in the 80s or something, because it was a thing back then. Yeah.
If you've never tried to draw like the silhouette in front of the moon, it's hard to do if you draw it realistically because the moon is like this big.
Right.
You know?
So you have to make it massive.
So of course they want you to make it massive.
But it needs to calm down.
The moon was massive.
It needs to calm down.
It has to have the peak that's in the silhouette along with Seto on top.
It's not this big in the OG though. It got so big. I feel like the ocean waves would like overtake the whole planet, or people would start like bouncing around like Disney gummy bears with less gravity or something.
Bruce Almighty pulled it closer with his rope.
Yeah.
I just think it needs to calm down.
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't care. I do.
After this touching moment, and then I see that and I thought it was funny, but maybe I'm the only one who made that connection.
I love where you find humor. Like Barret's crying, you're like, that's funny.
Yeah.
The moon is hilarious.
Because he's like this big burly dude and like
yeah, but it's meant to be tender. It's not meant to be funny.
It was, but it was also a little funny. I mean, I'm just saying, like,
it's a guy thing, Joe. You don't get it.
There you go.
I'm just kidding.
You're the one who cries all the time.
I do cry all the time. I cry at everything.
If I spill milk, I cry. I mean,
Spencer is what we call spensitive around here. He's a spensitive guy. I love that about him.
and there's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's great. It balances me out because I don't.
Every time I watch the movie Elf.
I know. That's the weird part to cry, though.
Da, 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 da.
They're just talking about believing in Santa. It's so forced.
And I cry every single time.
No, that movie's funny and I love it, but that part is not emotional at all.
I cognitively can be like, this doesn't make sense, but the music swelling and the stuff getting,
Right.
like, it gets to me. And I'm like,
Well, that's why this scene gets to people is because the music and like the
I know.
cinematography. It's not because it's good storytelling. I mean, the scene has good storytelling, but everything leading up to it is chunks.
I didn't cry, but it was a touching scene. You know what scene made me cry? Remember that movie Twister? When that truck got sucked up? They destroyed that beautiful truck. Like, I cried on that one. But
that truck. That's funny, actually.
I was like, that's a beautiful truck, man. There it goes.
Did you shed a tear here or you didn't?
Don't get me wrong. It was a well-set scene. It was emotional. I enjoyed it. But the lead up to it was just not the best.
Yeah.
Not the best.
The thing is, like, when you're invested in a character and they go through something that's like a real emotional arc, you're so much more likely to be emotionally there with them. And that's what I'm saying was missing, right?
Yeah.
You know, and one final gripe on this. So later, when we see Bugenhagen again, like later on after the Guy stuff, he says he was so worried about us.
Thank heavens you're alive. I feared you might have returned to the planet.
And Nanaki responds,
Oh, come on. We both know you didn't need to worry about me. After all, I am the son of Seto the Watcher.
And he says it like really matter-of-factly, like he was never wrong before. And this line is supposed to show how he now accepts his father.
Turn
since
the
he
corner.
Knows, he knows the truth. But that's not much of a real character arc because, like, duh, anyone would accept their dad after learning that kind of truth. Like, that doesn't take any real character strength, you know what I mean? Like, on the contrary, it takes character strength to forgive your father before you learn the truth like this, when you think he made a mistake. So, I don't know. Even the conclusion of Nanaki's mini arc is just unimpressive to me, right? Like, I'm glad he doesn't hate his dad anymore, so I don't have to hear about it in future chapters, but I'm not impressed by Nanaki's arc. Like, plus the line itself is so on the nose. So negative points for lazy dialogue while we're at it. I think you guys chunks. So, yeah, in summary, whatever. For me, points for in-scene effectiveness and points removed for lack of storytelling effectiveness. Yeah. It was, in the end, I was neutral to warm on the whole scene, which is a bummer because I just think it had potential and budget backing it, and it just didn't get there, which of course is no shock to any of you or anybody listening, frankly. But yep, that's what I thought, guys, about the whole moon eating the party scene. All right, so OG, super quick. So as far as all this goes in the original game, you do complete a similar dungeon behind a sealed door that Bugenhagen opens for you, and he does end up coming along with you, but instead of being like locked into a two-person party of Nanaki and Barret, you're locked into Nanaki Cloud, and you get to choose a third party member. And I think I chose Aerith the last time I played, probably all the times I played, honestly, because I loved having her as my healer. Then you have to like manually descend a bunch of ladders and ropes instead of the luxury of taking that long elevator to get there. And then the whole dungeon is basically a series of caverns where you fight OG versions of the same enemies as Rebirth. Although there isn't any wall walking that I can remember, so that's new. Of course, the fatherhood like connection with Barret would be new as well. And as you're going through this, every now and then Bugenhagen, he does speak up and he says some interesting things. He says, quote, everyone hears a ghost of the Guy tribe killed in a certain battle. So he bluntly calls them out as ghosts who had been killed. And then he goes on to say, quote, the vengeful spirits of the Gi didn't disappear and couldn't return to the life stream. But he never elaborates, so it's just kind of left at that. And then he also explains that the Gi could never reach Cosmo Canyon in their large numbers because the passage in the cave was physically too narrow, which feels like a bit of a stretch because I think they could figure out how to walk in a single file line. And they fly, so they could just like fly. Well, maybe they didn't fly before they were killed, but still, whatever. It was the 90s, we accept it. The boss fight itself is Gi Nattak, only he's accompanied. Now, Spencer, you alluded to this. I don't remember these two floating things that, like, attack you, but that's from the OG.
Okay, but yeah, they're important to the mechanics. I just can't remember.
I don't remember that in the normal mode version. Maybe I just beat him too fast.
I think they're there. Let's see. Yeah, you kill them quickly. There's 2 ads that pop out.
Yeah, they cast fire on you in the OG quite a bit.
I can't remember what they are, but...
They were like little like kind of crystal things or orby things in the OG, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They're fire elemental, if I remember right. But anyway, in the OG, so when you beat Gi Nattak, it's funny because when you beat him, Bugenhagen then thanks Cloud for being the reason they survived. And then he kind of just throws in, oh yeah, and Nanaki has become stronger as well. So it's not really like as centered around Nanaki. And then they exit the cave and there's a similar reveal scene of Nanaki's father Seto being the hero turned to stone. And you do see the petrified Seto under a pretty large moon, though not as massive as the one trying to eat the party in Rebirth. Bugenhagen also tells Nanaki that even though he thinks the death of the planet is inevitable, he asks Nanaki to stay with our party at the slightest chance that it isn't. So that's why he tells us to stick around.
Yeah.
So that's a bit different. I prefer the way that Rebirth handled that, actually. And this is when also Bugenhagen in the OG admits to turning 130 years old that year. So this is the point where we find out how old he is, at least in the OG. It's probably similar in Rebirth, even though they haven't mentioned it. And the Stone of Seto, as you mentioned, it does cry tears.
Yeah.
But the tears look like materia orbs. And they make like a little clink clink noise as they come out. And then Nanaki howls at the night sky, just like the wolf shirt. And the materia orb tears could have just been like a technical limitation thing. I'm not sure if that was stylistically chosen or not. But I think the OG scene, actually, if I'm being honest, I think the OG scene was pretty effective for its time. Because this was pretty novel storytelling in its day, right? And game plots were much more fast-paced back then, and they had more holes in them, and we all accepted that pace for what it was. But, of course, most importantly, to me, Nanaki doesn't feel like a stranger in the OG version, especially the English OG version, so you care more about him. So while more money and budget were put into the Rebirth version, I don't think they made up the story gaps that needed to be filled beforehand in this, like, much longer version of a similar story, if that makes sense. But okay, so back in Rebirth, once Bugenhagen wraps up the Seto story, we then see a big familiar swirl of red smoke that we saw in the dungeon, right? And then creepy Gi Nattak appears in front of our party.
My name is Gi Nattak.
I gotta say, though, he looks pretty different than he did when we fought him in the dungeon. I didn't even realize it was the same dude until, like, later.
Yes.
He, like, looks totally different.
I don't even feel like they are.
No, because...
Obviously, they have the same name, but they don't even seem like the same person.
No, like, he was this, like, broad-shouldered, beefy bust of an undead dude in the cave.
Yeah, he doesn't even have a bottom. It's just torso, and then it's, like, rib cage, and then there's nothing below. He just flies.
And now he's some, like
this
ultra skinny humanoid alien. It's not nearly as flattering of a look for Gi Nattak. He should have gone back to the beefy bust.
No, I like this look here, actually. I like the humanoid.
I'm okay with both looks, to be honest, for Gi Nattak. I just found it weird that they weren't the same. And if you weren't paying close attention to the name that's above their head, then...
I thought they were different people the first time I played.
I did too.
Yes.
I did too.
Yeah, I didn't think that they were the same person. And it's like really cool because you beat Gi Nattak, right? But it adds to the storytelling because the Gi can't die. So, like, you beat him, but then he's just back.
But there's no visual way to connect the dots.
Had they been visually similar, then it would have been like, I just beat you.
Right.
You can't die.
It would have been cool.
That's interesting because what you're about to tell me about, like, you not being able to return to the planet is a thing that happened in the gameplay, and now you're here. So, yeah, I agree.
He could have looked like the skinny humanoid guy for phase 1 and then changed to 2 and 3, like into the beefy, like, busty guy or whatever. Not busty like he has boobs or something, but like the bust, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he was like the torso from 16 that we fought.
Oh, yeah. The typhoon guy or whatever. whatever.
Yeah, Typhoon or Typhus or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, that guy with the crazy music and stuff like that. I mean, the reason that they did the torso guy is because that's how he looked in the OG.
Yeah.
They should have just had his phase 1 be the skinny guy and just been okay with the phase 1 being different in Rebirth than it is in the OG.
I think that would have been fine too.
Yeah, so we see this Nattak, right? And before he asks us to do anything, he makes, this was kind of interesting. Tell me if you noticed this or if you have any thoughts on it. He makes like a vague plea to the great and noble Seto.
O brave and noble Seto, I beseech you once more, hear the urgent pleas of my people.
And then he's like, you look magnanimous as always, or whatever. He said something like that, yeah.
Yeah, he like beseeches him, and then Seto just sits there being stoned for like a few silent seconds, and then Nattak thanks him and calls him magnanimous.
My thanks, Seto. You are as magnanimous as ever.
Did I miss something? Like, what was this exchange?
It's so ambivalent. It doesn't know what it wants to be.
No!
Yeah, I found this to be very weird.
Because you're like, well, wait a minute.
I have a huge complaint about this. This whole setup with the gi. What Ernest is saying too is like, I find this very fascinating.
Yeah.
It's very clear in some sense, and then it's very unclear in another sense, because this gives a reason for why the black materia exists. We'll get into this later,
why
right?
It's important.
I really like this as a newcomer. A lot of stuff about the story confuses me.
Right.
I'm not confused by the gi. It's like, we can't return to the planet. We're not from here. The only way for us to return to the planet is to like create the black materia. And I know that the black materia summons meteor, right?
Right.
Or whatever. And it's like they want to destroy the planet so that they can be free from the planet because they can't return to the live stream.
Right.
I think that's so cool. I think that's such a cool addition to the gi. But them having this moment where like, Seto, we beseech you, you're like this big hero, we honor you, but then like we are the ones that turned you to stone. But then Seto is the one to fight the gi to protect the veil.
Yeah.
And then later on, that happens in the side quest, right? Like, they're like, Seto promised us that he would get the black materia for us, but then he kind of lied to them.
We desire the return of our black materia and deliverance from this purgatory. We believed Seto to be a man of his word, yet his betrayal proved otherwise.
And then Nanaki's like, I'll get it for you.
I know this might sound hard to believe, but I want to finish what my father started. I want to fulfill his promise to you.
Is that so?
And even if you don't trust me, Nattak does. He asked me to get back your materia. Like I told him, I'll do everything I can to make sure you can rest in peace.
But then they're like, we can't give it to him. You know what I mean?
Right.
We just have to find that black materia. And we have to make sure that no one gets their hands on it. Not the gi or anyone else. But I do want to keep my promise.
It's so weird. And then when Nattak takes you on this thing, he tells you this whole story. And then he's like, you're going to help us, right? And then you just fight the gi some more. It's like, wait. Are we helping them? Are we not helping them? Why are we here? I don't know. It's just like, I like that it gives me a reason for why the big calamity happens.
Totally.
And I think that works. I don't think the whole, hey, help us out, but don't help us out works.
I agree.
Yeah, it was very weird.
It's not very clear on why they're like kind of worshiping Seto. Like even if you try to read outside material, there's like not much out there about this either. Like apparently my understanding is like Seto goes into the cave because he thought it was a vulnerability spot where the gi could escape or something. They found Seto, the gi, and they thought he was beautiful. That's what I read. Like on like Final Fantasy Wiki. They thought he was like a really beautiful looking animal.
Though we had braced ourselves for battle, we found ourselves captivated by his resplendent mane. He was a beautiful creature in both body and soul.
And so they kind of like had some natural affinity to him, and then they ask him to bring them the black materia.
So swayed were we by his courage and sincerity, but we chose to entrust with him our singular desire.
And I think he like agrees to do it to trick them so he can like save Cosmo Canyon, and then he like betrays them, gets turned to stone. And now we're here with Nattak calling him magnanimous and having some like telepathic conversation with the rock that is him. Like, I'm just, why they think he's like this beautiful animal.
I don't know. I mean, just look at him. He's gorgeous.
That part was super weird. And I didn't really do many of the side quests in this one. So, like, I didn't even know that part.
Oh, you didn't even know that part.
Yeah.
It's very shoehorned anyway.
That was super weird. But then again, I just chalked it up to like a lot of this chapter was trying to push this narrative, which makes sense, right? Because
wait, what makes sense? I need to know what makes sense.
This narrative of different perspectives of the same thing. So like the first part of going through the cave, you're experiencing the Gi from Bugenhagen and the party's perspective, right? And then now that we're with Gi Nattak, you're getting the other side, like from their perspective, how they were betrayed and, you know, all this other stuff. So I just chalked it up to they're constantly trying to do this like two sides of the same coin or two perspectives of the same story as they're going through this chapter.
Okay.
And that's what I thought it was. Just like, okay, well, this is another perspective. So the perspective that Bugenhagen had was Seto was a protector of the Veil that fought with the Gi to save the village, right? But then you get in here and now Gi Nattak is saying, oh, magnanimous and this and that. It's like, okay, well then that story doesn't really jive with that. So there's clearly another perspective that is involved here.
Yeah. So I agree with you on some things. I agree with you that they are playing this like two perspectives with the Gi, especially when it comes to the Cetra.
Yeah.
Like, are the Cetra good or the Cetra bad? And the Black Materia. Is the Black Materia good or is the Black Materia bad? There's definitely two perspectives there. When it comes to the perspective of the Gi themselves, I don't think we're actually going through the dungeon and the cave from Bugenhagen's perspective. I think we're going through Nanaki's perspective, and Bugenhagen is guiding that perspective. But I think Bugenhagen actually knows way more about the Gi than he's spelling out. So I think he actually may know the Black Materia story and like the undead thing and the Cetra stuff. I think that Bugenhagen is wise to all of that, which is why I think that we are supposed to see the cave through Nanaki's eyes. But I do agree with you on the double perspective when it comes to what is the Cetra? Who are the Cetra themselves? In fact, right here in the scene, Gi Nattak, right, when he sees us, he recognizes Aerith as being
right away, yeah.
the Cetra. He calls her...
He looks right at her.
The Cetra.
The warrior Nanaki. And you, the Cetra. Come with me.
That was... Oh, an exciting turn of events indeed.
We'll back you up for 2,000.
Do you remember that? So the party's joke continues, right? But then it's at that moment that Cloud looks ahead and he sees Sephiroth ahead, and Sephiroth like turns and walks in Gi Nattak's direction, and so then that causes Cloud to say,
"No, this one's free."
So Cloud's motivations at this point are following what he thinks is Sephiroth, which I still don't know what's going on with the whole Sephiroth thing at this point, but it is a smart decision on the developer's part to put a vision of Sephiroth here, since they can put him wherever they want, right? Because it does give Cloud motivation to allow the party to follow Gi Nattak. Otherwise, he would not really have any motivation to do so. It would definitely be too much of a tangent, I think, for us to buy. So I thought that was good. We have a comment here from Stingweaver 6394 says, again, the whiplash and tone shift with Gi Nutcrack. I wonder if that was intentional.
Not autofill.
Maybe, but then later on in this comment, it tells me it might have been legit. So he says, with Gi Nutcrack, interpreting Red's resolution was pretty jarring. He couldn't have met them like 2 minutes later back in the boss fight area to give Red's scene a second to breathe. It's a good point, actually.
He did meet him in the boss area because he was the boss.
He was the boss.
And he didn't get it either.
That's true.
Yeah.
But then Stingweaver says, also, there's a little Easter egg in the back of Red's scene. If you look close, Gi can be seen standing sassily with his hip cocked and tapping his watch.
Really?
No. So this is the thing, like...
Oh, he's being funny.
It's so hard to pick up on sarcasm in written text sometimes. Like, there's sometimes on, like, Slack at work, I'm like, is this person being funny? Like, I don't know. Like, is this person pissed off. Like, I don't know what the tone is supposed to be here. And there's been a couple times where I've been like, this person hates me. It turns out that they don't at all because of just the way I read it. So I'm like, is Stingweaver joking? Is he pulling our chain? So I actually went back and I watched every scene after I read this comment.
You were looking for Nattak to do this?
There's no Nattak anywhere. He's being totally facetious. That's funny. Yeah. Like, can you imagine Nattak, like, cocked, sassy, like, why aren't we moving, you know? Well played, Stingweaver. You made me go back and watch it just in case. Okay, so.
Can anyone explain to me why we're even taking this detour? Anyone? Because some of us are on a mission to secure the material we need to, save our homeland.
How can you talk like that in a place like this? I'm scared out of my wits here.
I don't know. This Gi dude's too nice to freak me out.
The group follows Nattak onto some canoe in like a green, life-streamy body of water under some like colorful, kind of sloshy skies.
The home of the Gi lies beyond. Now let us begin our journey.
Not so fast. What's in it for us? Unless it's Materia, you can count me out.
How strange you should mention Materia. My people are also in search of it.
Okay, all aboard!
This is like in the Inlet of the Lost, I guess is what it's called. And then we start slowly sailing across the water toward the home of the Gi, accompanied by, I will say, some pretty unique and ethereal music that totally matches the setting. So score again in the music department.
And one thing I'll point out is that...
No pun intended. Score.
Maybe try swaying with the rocking of the boat?
I want to move less, not more.
Didn't seem to mind when you jumped aboard.
Mentioned Materia.
This is classic Greek mythology right here. This is Charon, the boatman, going to Hades, right? The underworld.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It's so coded that way.
Yeah, so like it was like on the nose to the point where when they get to the other side, like the boat just sinks while he's standing on it and then he steps off of it because it's a one-way trip, right? Like there is no return. He had the part of Charon, the boatman, right, to bring him across. So I found that super interesting that they use that mythology here, but it makes sense because it is an underworld, right? It's not hell. It's a different concept entirely.
It's interesting because it's like an underworld on the planet.
Right.
And it's like the river of the dead, but it's not actually dead, but it is. The life stream is of all the souls.
That's a cool comparison.
Right. It basically is Hades. It's the underworld, right? It's the eternal, in their case, non-resting place, right? Mm-hmm. So it was a really cool way they did that.
That is cool. That's a cool parallel to think about. I think you're totally right. That absolutely must have influenced this whole sequence here. And so then they're sailing in this canoe on this river of the dead, I guess, And there is one piece of dialogue that I think is worth examining here on this canoe. So Yuffie gets sick, as always, and she kind of starts whining about it.
I'm gonna hurl.
Maybe try swaying with the rocking of the boat?
I want to move less, not more.
Didn't seem to mind when you jumped aboard.
Only because he mentioned Materia.
Be quiet. The planet is listening.
And what's wrong with that?
Anything that reaches the planet's ears, in due time, reaches those of the Cetra. Unfortunately, the Cetra are not a tolerant people.
Excuse me, am I intolerant too? I'm Cetra.
You are indeed one of them, by lineage alone. You know not of their history. That has been lost to time.
Their history?
Consider your ignorance a blessing. The Cetra's past is fraught with horror and sorrow.
So, some pretty big claims here. So, a couple things for me. First, I don't know what the intention is 100% of the developers of like, if this is just the Gi's impression of the Cetra.
The Cetra are not a tolerant people.
or if the Cetra are really supposed to be a bunch of douchebags, like they're painted here and at other points in the game that we haven't even gotten to, frankly.
The Cetra's past is fraught with horror and sorrow.
Like, do we think Cetra are good guys or bad guys? The reason I say one or the other, like, there's not a lot of gray zone characters in this game, so I assume that the Cetra will eventually be revealed as leaning one direction or the other, and I don't know if this is one of those, like, you think somebody's good, but they're really not, like, subjective morality play.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what it's going to be.
Yeah, if you go with the theme of the chapter, I think that's exactly the point. It's the two different perspectives, right?
Right. What I'm saying is I don't know what the developers are intending the truth to be in the end, and I feel like they're not just going to land in the middle.
Right, yes.
So I don't know what the conclusion of that is.
Yeah, it's hard to know right now.
I think they're just injecting a little bit of moral, like, ambiguity.
That's what I think so, too.
Mm-hmm. They're just trying to say, like, the Cetra are, like...
I'm okay with some of that, but I hate, like, it gets so cliche after a while if you go too far in that direction.
Sure. But, like, in my mind, it's like, Cetra are good.
Yeah, and they're like, question your beliefs, right?
Sephiroth and Guy, bad. Right, like, maybe they weren't as good as you think. Sure.
That's how it feels.
This is just a guess, but if I had to guess, we're going to find out the Cetra as a species are actually bad, and that Aerith is actually different because she wasn't, like, raised in their culture, and she is like the breaking of the mold in the positive way. That's my guess.
I think that's an interesting idea, and that they could go that direction.
I don't think they're going that way at all.
I don't think they're going to end up there.
I think it's like...
I think the Cetra are going to have something to do with helping save, maybe. I don't know, actually.
To me, it's like when Nattak was getting mad at Yuffie, and he's like, the Cetra are not a tolerant people or whatever.
The Cetra are not a tolerant people.
Yeah, because they don't want you to destroy the planet, right?
Yes, like they're protectors of the planet.
Of course, the Guy would hate these people.
Yeah, so they were like, they won't let us find release.
Exactly.
They're these awful people. But it's like, what? Yeah, we took the black materia away from you so you couldn't send Meteor down and destroy all of us?
What a bunch of jerks.
Let me ask a question about that. Is it the Cetra that are preventing the Guy from entering the life stream to begin with?
No.
I don't know.
The lore is that anything that is not from the life stream cannot go back to it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But I'm saying, like, is there something else that we don't know about, right? Because the story is evolving.
Yeah, I don't think the Cetra made the live stream or anything.
I don't think so.
Because the Cetra are also not from the planet.
No, the Cetra are.
I thought they were also alien species to the planet.
No.
Genova's alien.
Genova and the Guy are, but the Cetra are like the protectors, the stewards of this planet.
I don't think the Cetra is alien.
But I could be wrong. I don't know. The Cetra are confusing.
I wonder how we're going to feel about the Cetra at the end of this. Hopefully we get some answers about them, because we don't have a lot of like background on what they actually do and who they are and stuff, but they're starting to sprinkle it in.
A quick Google search of who the Cetra are. Yes, the Cetra are ancients. They are native to Gaia. They are the planet's original inhabitants, born directly from its life energy.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense. So
there you go.
They're from the life stream itself. Okay.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, they're like the original.
So Nattak says that, right? About
the Cetra.
That was the first point I wanted to make. The second about that statement, he says,
anything that reaches the planet's ears, in due time, reaches those of the Cetra.
So think about this, because obviously the Cetra are all dead, right? So I guess they're kind of living in the life stream. There's a lot of that idea going around in this game. Does that mean that they have some kind of powers over like regular people in the live stream?
No.
Do these Cetras have like abilities to manipulate the planet somehow?
Kind of.
What do you think, Spencer? What do you think?
It's like Aerith listening to the flowers. Anything that's like, she's the one that can commune with the earth.
But Aerith is alive, so why can dead Cetra do it? Are you saying like they are the flowers? Like what do you say?
No.
I'm sorry. Spell it out for me. This one I need spelled out.
I don't know. Like, okay, maybe he's worried about the Cetra that have passed.
That's what it sounds like he's saying.
I don't know.
Anything that reaches the planet's ears in due time reach those of the Cetra.
That's how it's always been. The way it works, it's like anything that you mention or whatever reach the planet, because it's like you and the planet are one, and the only people that can commune with the planet are the Cetra. And Aerith, she's an example of doing that multiple times, right? She's like talking to the planet, and she can hear what the planet hears.
Right.
So like, I think that's just him saying that. I'm not saying like...
But he tells Yuffie to shut up.
Be quiet.
I know.
He's alluding to he doesn't want it to reach the ears of the Cetra. Aerith is the last living Cetra. She's in the boat. She heard the comment. There's no reason for him to shut Yuffie up because Aerith...
But does he know that all the Cetra are dead? Like, I don't know. That's the like...
Well, maybe.
They're dead too.
Maybe not. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
They're like just spirits.
Yeah.
He's got this ancient grudge against these people. Maybe
he
thinks
does.
that they're...
I guess I just assumed he knew they were dead because he hasn't communed with them or something. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know.
They used to, right?
I took it as like they're not really dead because they're alive in the live stream, so they still have some kind of pull.
Maybe.
I mean, it could be that too, right? They can manipulate things even in the live stream.
Memories and hopes and dreams.
Hopes and I have thoughts about that later too. But to me, I don't know, this part just raises more confusing questions because we don't have that backstory about the actual Cetra at this point, aside from the basics that like they all died out except one, and in ancient times they were able to harness the power of magic through the live stream and materia and all that. So I don't know. Now they're still apparently a threat to the Gi is the main point, right? Is the Gi consider them to still be this threat that they hold a grudge about?
Well, yeah, because they stole their materia, right?
Well, yeah, we know why they hold the grudge. I'm just saying that's the point they're trying to make with this line.
Yeah.
Like the reason is obvious.
I think so, because they're obviously trying to get it back, and they don't want the Cetra to find out that they're trying to get it back.
Yeah.
Type of thing.
Yes. They're like, don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make sense, though, because it's like, okay, you don't know their history, so that's like how they justify it, but they're like, we want you to get the black materia. The Cetra didn't want us to have it. I know that you're like a Cetra, because I can tell. You don't know their history. You should get it for us. They wouldn't give it to us, but you should. You know. It's weird.
So there's good things with the whole Gi thing, and then there's some other things I'm confused about.
I think the atmosphere and the tone and like
cool.
you know, it's so cool. Like I remember being like, okay, like now we're cooking. You know, I don't know. This is something that I really loved with Gi Nattak. His voice actor is insanely good.
Now let us begin our journey.
Fun fact, he's the same voice who did the 2015 reveal trailer when Final Fantasy VII Remake was announced.
Really?
Long ago, we looked upon a foreboding sky. The memory of the star that threatened all burns eternal in our hearts. In its wake came an age of silence.
That's the same voice actor, and he's also the same voice actor who just did the Revelation narration at the beginning, so.
Long ago, a shadow fell upon our planet. Guided by calamity, one man sought dominion through reunion. By his will, a star fell.
It's been it's the same guy that's been doing these ones. So I don't know if it's supposed to be like,
I wonder
when you hear that voice, that's actually Gi Nattak talking, like, or if it's just the same voice actor. But
it could be. There could, because they're setting it up for more Gi stuff later in Revelation. So there could be some, interesting.
Go back and look at the 2015 trailer and like the reveal.
He is good.
Because there's a whole narration while it pans out and you see Barret and Cloud, and it's like his awesome deep voice, and then you've got him in Revelation just barely. So.
Well, you recognized it right up front, and I didn't.
Long ago.
No way. Yes, this is it.
Is it?
That's the voice.
Planet.
Stop.
Guided by calamity.
No.
Yes.
The robe guy.
Yes! That's how I knew it was the trailer. I'm like, it's the voice.
I know. And I was like not convinced until I saw like the robe guys climbing up to Sephiroth. Yeah. Then I was like, oh, because you knew the voice. I remember that.
Yeah. But like, the atmosphere, the voice, all this stuff is working for me.
Totally agree. And then actually in the middle of this ride across this live stream, before we actually get to the island of the Gi, we are interrupted by another series of Zack scenes that we got to go through really quick. And then we'll come back to the Gi. So I'm going to try to fly through these. Right? But basically, we see Zack and Biggs. They're in an abandoned house in Sector 5 slums where Biggs explains how he was dying, like actually dying on the pillar, right? Until the Whispers showed up, and then he was suddenly alive in the orphanage, and he doesn't understand how he survived. And we see flashbacks of this.
Suddenly, the wind picks up out of nowhere. It tugs at me so hard, it feels like it's tearing my soul right out of my body.
There's like a flash of light, whispers, wind, and stuff, and then he's like alive in the orphanage. Zack then shares a similar experience with Biggs, how basically there was an army shooting at him.
I'm feeling every single bullet.
But then some whispers showed up, and they show the whispers like changing a bullet's trajectory. So it doesn't like hit him in the face. And there's like some cool cinematography in there, by the way.
Yeah, I like it.
And then like the army disappears, and he's alive too. So they're both talking about how they're confused and asking questions about why they're, quote, alive.
None of it makes any sense.
Biggs is especially concerned with why fate chose to, quote, save them. Right? He keeps asking that question, like, why is fate doing this?
Why in the hell did fate pick me?
And we, the gamer, we are also confused about this because, spoiler for the OG, but most of the people know about this probably, Biggs dies in the OG when the plate falls. You actually pass him. He's slumped over the railing on the Sector 7 pillar where you can talk to him briefly on your way up to try to stop the plate from falling. And then you never see him again. So you assume he died when the plate actually fell, which actually, I wonder if that's why the developers are toying with him being alive here, because we didn't actually witness his exact death moment. He's still talking when we encounter him in the OG. So I guess why not make a weird mystery story out of it in remake?
For whatever reason, I feel like this is tied to the whole multiverse thing.
Well, yeah, the Zack and Biggs stuff totally is. Like, that's obvious.
But like when we fought the Arbiter of Fate, we changed fate, right? So everything that was in motion changed the moment that happened, right? And so I think that's like what happened here is that what was going to happen, the death of these two individuals, fate changed. So it wasn't like fate saved them, fate just changed. And so now they're on a different path. But I also think that's interesting because it introduces a concept of like, whenever something happens in this multiverse, it can have a dual effect. It can set like a doom timeline into effect, like people who shouldn't have died die instead, but it can have the reverse effect because again, it's like you're creating multiple timelines, right? So like this person lives instead in this timeline, but in all the other timelines, they die. Instead of having the situation where 100 of them live in 100 different timelines, it's a different situation where like they can only live in one, but that one can flip based on what happens with fate. And then that other timeline is doomed. Like they're out of it, they're dead, they're gone, whatever the case is. And that's why in their world where you see the flashbacks, you see that thing in the sky.
Yeah, the rift.
Because they are in the post us fighting Arbiter of Fate timeline now. Those two are.
So some of the stuff that you're saying, I think, is implied, right? Like that there are multiple realities or possibilities or dimensions or multiverse, multiple timelines, whatever.
Or different memories in the live stream.
Different memories, different hopes and dreams, whatever. Whatever it is, we know there's multiple. We believe they probably started potentially with the Whispers when they changed fate, maybe, but then they did some weird stuff with the Whispers that kind of undoes that a little bit. So we don't know exactly what it is, but to your point, I think there's multiple things happening at the same time in some form or fashion. One question I do have for you, though, you said that characters can only be alive in one, right? And that kind of makes sense with Biggs and Zack and even Aerith and Cloud because they're alive, but they're like not really conscious. So you could make the argument that you could be conscious. But then there's characters like Elmira and Marlene and like the orphanage boy and stuff like that who are alive, and Kyrie, unfortunately, who are alive in more than one.
That's true.
So then how does that play into your theory?
I don't know. Maybe they aren't alive in the other one anymore, post-Arbiter of Fate. Are those characters in the same story post-Arbiter of Fate scene, or have we seen them?
Yes.
Or those are ones that haven't been like touched by the Whispers and changed.
They haven't been touched by the Whispers.
Right. Like you have our whole party who fights them. I don't know if this is true, but this is me just spitballing. But
right.
Like,
maybe.
And then that brings in the whole, because remember there's a question like, are you the one that did this? And maybe that's part of it too. Like,
right. We don't know if it's like a sequel to the original game and Sephiroth is doing this. We don't know if this is a Cetra doing or Cetra manipulate. We don't know. We don't know the cause. What we know is that there's multiple things happening probably simultaneously in some form or fashion.
It's a good thing that this is the core mystery of the remake series, and the last game is called Revelation, so they're going to tell us.
They better reveal it.
If they don't, then bleh.
Oh, yeah, if they don't. Oh, my gosh.
All will be revealed, like the Wizard of Oz.
Well, I mean, I think they will. I think this is the whole point, like to be like, we're going to tell you the
I hope so.
mysteries of the Whispers.
I'm excited to see it.
Yeah.
I'm really excited.
This is a pretty central part of the storyline, so I'm pretty
Yes.
sure we're going to find out what this is.
I hope so. But then I always think back to 16 and the way they ended 16.
Yeah, but this is like a big 3-part, like,
I know.
they're literally,
I'm hoping.
Yeah.
I really do think that there's a higher chance than not.
16 just ended it, and they wanted you to feel like
Ugh,
like melancholy and bummed.
Screw 16's ending. I hate that. Okay, whatever.
I know.
Okay, so going back to the Zack scenes, right?
Their luck runs out, but mine doesn't. I'm the only one who gets a pass.
We know that Biggs died in the OG, or at least we think we do.
Mhm.
We think the plate fell on him after we saw him dying on the railing there. When it comes to Zack, spoilers for Crisis Core, which most people here probably know. So he finishes the Crisis Core game with a heroic act of self-sacrifice, actually to save Cloud's life, where Zack most definitely does not survive either. So there's intentional mystery here that the developers want us to wonder about without giving us the answers. And then also in this series of scenes here, we see a shot of the Avalanche Wanted poster where everyone's face is like crossed out. It's very...
They died. Everyone but Biggs.
Except Biggs. So that includes Tifa and Barret. And in this reality or whatever, we did see their bodies being like whisked away on stretchers and stuff like that. So everybody's supposedly dead in this timeline or whatever, which is kind of weird to us because in our reality or the main parties that we know of, Tifa and Barret are very alive and the other 3 are dead. So yeah, answers should be coming in Revelation. Should. I emphasize the should.
Thus far as I can tell, like aside from Aerith being asleep in that one, I haven't seen like people alive in both timelines
Like
at the same time.
conscious at the same time.
You might be onto something. And the only time like that happens is when Cloud goes to sleep.
The dreams. Remember hopes and dreams? It's like literally dreams.
Hopes and dreams.
Well,
there it is. Hopes and dreams.
This is kind of the thing where like only Aerith, Sephiroth, and Cloud can kind of traverse the worlds.
Right.
You know,
Right.
the different versions of the whatever these are called.
At least they can only traverse it voluntarily.
Right, like Cloud probably doesn't know what he's doing, but it seems like Aerith and Sephiroth
But he's
know
following Aerith, yeah.
Right, but like Sephiroth... Okay, I can't. Sorry, that's the end of the game.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Hold on to it.
Wait for it, yeah.
Yeah, because there's more coming down
There's
the
more
line
stuff,
that
yeah.
Ernest hasn't seen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then at this point, Zack and Biggs, they exit this house, they start walking. We are able to control Zack, and they start talking about Cloud.
How's Cloud holding up?
Mako poisoning's done a real number on him. Doubt he's in for a speedy recovery either. But hey, hope springs eternal.
And Biggs then starts talking about Cloud being some, like, big shot bad, eh?
If he does recover, you can bet your ass he'll act like it was nothing. Shrug it off and say he's been through 10 times that shit.
And Zack is legitimately confused by this.
Which I like.
Are we talking about the same Cloud?
Come on. The guy's desperate to prove himself. Not like he needs to. Everyone knows he's a bona fide badass.
And even asks,
when exactly did you meet Cloud?
The day before we hit Reactor 1.
And we know why Biggs holds the opinion of Cloud that he does because we saw the two of them do missions together in Remake. Zack's confusion, on the other hand, only makes sense if you know the Crisis Core or even the OG story. So most of our audience probably knows, but there might be some who don't. And because it could be a part of the Revelation, like, reveal, I'm not going to go into it here, but if Remake and Rebirth are your first games in the 7 series, just take a mental note that Zack doesn't understand why Biggs has the opinion that Cloud is a bad A, because it might mean something in the story.
Something that was interesting to me is that, like, I haven't played Crisis Core, but I've heard about it from you, and I'm online a lot.
Right.
So I kind of know what happens in Crisis Core. But even still, for a newcomer, from my newcomer perspective for the podcast, I like that they have this moment about Biggs talking about how it's like,
yes,
I was about to die, but then I was whisked away. And then Zack, so like, had I not played Crisis Core, this actually gives me a reason to understand the ending of Remake. Because if you haven't played Crisis Core and you don't know that Zack dies, right? I mean, or in the original, I haven't played the original either, right? So maybe Zack dies in that too. I don't know. But they show it enough. They give me enough detail and enough information to be like, okay, like Zack was going to die, but then the Whispers intervened, right? Biggs was going to die, but then the Whispers intervened. And then I can be like, okay, that's crazy. So Zack's alive. Yeah. So, okay, it gives me enough to go on, which I like.
Cool. I like that perspective because I actually don't know what it's like to play this game without having played the OG. So that's kind of cool.
I just appreciated that.
Yeah, so then the two of them, Zack and Biggs, they eventually end up in the little Sector 5 empty lot. Do you remember where we fought Rude in Remake?
Yeah.
That like circular lot with like the little gate. They got there by following some supposed Avalanche recruitment poster.
Fight back against our corporate oppressors by joining Avalanche. Seek us out at the lot off Petal Lane. Wow, that's bold.
Yep.
These guys are setting a trap for themselves.
It's like right next to actually Benora White Dumb Apple Juice ads for any Angeal fans out there.
So Angeal, what's the deal with dumb apples?
The official name is Benora White. The trees bear fruit at random times during the year. Because of that, the townspeople affectionately call them dumb apples.
Which is interesting because I don't know that those ads are in our main timeline. So I wonder if they're trying to say something about that. I'm not sure. Maybe Angeal is alive in this one too. Could be.
No story is not worth hearing.
But anyway, so once they get to this lot, this empty lot, they find annoying Kyrie there. Yay.
New recruit?
As if I'd ever join Avalanche. I just came to see what kind of morons would fall for your dumbass propaganda, that's all. But I should have known. Nobody could be that stupid.
And as she leaves, because thankfully she leaves quickly, did you notice the close-up of the yellow backpack in the corner on the ground? Yeah, so obviously that's supposed to be significant to us. Did either of you recognize it?
It belongs to that old lady.
Yeah, which one?
The Angel of the Slums.
The Angel of the Slums.
The Angel of the Slums!
Who is Kyrie's grandma.
Her grandma.
Right.
You can go and click on it. Did you know that?
You can click on it?
I played it on stream last night, and they told me to go click on it.
What happens when you click on it?
It just talks about how she was like planning on actually recruiting. Like she wanted to join Avalanche.
Kyrie forgot her backpack, which is filled with traveling supplies. Perhaps she hoped to join Avalanche after all. She's going to be playable in part 3 and Jolie's going to lose it.
Oh, see, I was wondering if it was just foreshadowing something coming up in their reality. I didn't think it was telling us to click on it.
The end of the cutscene faces you towards the fence to like walk out towards Aerith's house.
Yeah.
But you can go back and then you go and can click on the backpack.
I don't think I did that. Would you have done that if they hadn't told you on stream?
No, I would not have done that.
I did not think to do that.
It's not a huge detail, but it's basically saying that Kyrie is full of crap. Like she acts like she's better than it, but she was considering.
Well, we all knew that already, though, that she's full of crap.
Yeah.
That's actually helpful because I didn't really understand what I was supposed to get out of that, and that ties it up.
Yeah.
Because I was like, why is Kyrie there? Is she actually just trying to like make fun of people, or did she actually go there to try to join Avalanche because deep down inside she wants to be? Okay.
Yeah,
so it's that.
I don't exactly know what it said, but that was the implication, but you could maybe find it online or something.
Gotcha. Maybe that's the only reason why you see the close-up of the backpack is because they want you to click on it, not because it has any like real meaning for the future.
Yeah.
I thought the Angel of the Slums was going to like come in a future scene and like have a big part to play or something, which is...
Yeah.
You never know.
The actor for the Angel of the Slums is not bad, so I was like, okay with that, but the character doesn't do it for me. I think it's kind of dumb in Remake.
Girl doesn't exactly fit in.
Then once Biggs watches Kyrie leave, he starts to question again.
I told you I wasn't cut out for a leading role. And here I thought I might have been saved for a reason. Some higher purpose.
And as he walks away, we do see that point of view shot from Zack's perspective that you mentioned, right? He's watching Biggs leave. But then it like flashes to an image of the back of Elmira, who's Aerith's adopted mom, right? And then an image of Marlene leaning on a table. And then the orphanage kid, like sadly turning his back to the camera.
Oates.
Yeah, Oates. Thank you, Oates.
Yep.
The child in Sector 5
Yep.
who's actually voiced by a child, so yay for that.
You guys are both grown-ups, but you're also one of us now.
Then it flashes back to Zack watching Biggs again. So this is like more mystery piled on mystery. So what are these flashes supposed to mean? So it appears they're supposed to be Zack's thoughts. So are these people he needs to save? It like feels like that to me. Or like help? Or people he should talk to? Like something else? What is going on? What?
All the Zack stuff. It's still like...
Sound like a pig, squealy pig.
The Zack stuff could have been an opportunity for them to shed some light on the mysteries, but
they just make it worse.
It's just more ambiguity, and they're like, yeah, this is maybe...
More questions.
Something that's going to happen. And I I looked forward to these scenes knowing that like Zack is this important character, but every time I play through one, I'm just like, what?
It's like a disappointment.
What are they trying? Yeah, it's always disappointing. What are they trying to do here? And like, it shows Zack's character a bit, and he does the whole like, you gotta.
Oh no,
You gotta like. He talks to Biggs, and he's like, you gotta hope and embrace your dreams, or whatever he says.
Okay.
He gives his little spiel about like, you were saved for a reason because I have a positive outlook on everything.
Biggs! It's up to us to find our own purpose. I mean, who says it's gotta be one way? Everyone's sitting back, acting like the world's doomed, but the future's not set in stone. We're not powerless. So long as we don't lose sight of what's important. What matters most of all when the going gets tough. I don't know, hopes, dreams, maybe? Something like that. So long as we've got those. And hold on tight and never let go.
Like this?
Like your life depends on it.
The world's lucky to have you.
Whatever.
Yeah, Zack's just a good guy. That's all there is to it.
The power of friendship to anime.
Zack is a good guy. Okay, so let me talk about that. So right here, Zack yells a bunch of cheesy optimism back at Biggs to inspire him as he leaves, like you're saying. I'm actually on board with his words at first. Like when he says,
it's up to us to find our own purpose. I mean, who says it's gotta be one way? Everyone's sitting back, acting like the world's doomed, but the future's not set in stone. We're not powerless.
That's important dialogue, right? Because the whole, will you be able to save whoever or whatever? You control your destiny. It's not predetermined.
Right, but I don't know if that's like we're supposed to believe that.
Or it's just him just being like...
Or are we supposed to think that he's just being dumb?
Chipper.
Chipper.
Yeah.
Right. But like, I'm okay with those words. I think those are good words of optimism, right? But when he starts saying that as long as they hold on to that hopes and dreams thing again, they keep saying it. It's coming up more and more.
So long as we don't lose sight of what's important. What matters most of all when the going gets tough. I don't know, hopes, dreams, maybe? Something like that.
Like, just like that secret, AA meeting lady, remember?
Yeah.
What about our hopes and dreams? We remember those, don't we? So what if spiritual energy doesn't distinguish between our real, lived memories and the unrealized desires buried deep in our hearts?
She's the one who brings up hopes and dreams of being on another plane, or the live stream is hopes and dreams.
It's going to be important.
Oh no, it's going to suck, you guys.
That's going to be a big reason what they do. I know that's what they're
I think it is, but
I feel like it is too.
Yeah.
Dreams maybe, but hopes?
Yeah.
No, that's stupid. You can make anything could be true if it's a hope. Oh, I want this to be true, therefore it is. Come on.
Yeah, but it's it's the anime trope of the optimism, hoping for a better future and fighting for that.
It's not concrete enough.
It's corny, but it also
But it can mean anything.
It kind of works, but
I don't.
Sure.
Okay, don't get me wrong. So I'm all for an optimistic male lead in a Final Fantasy. Trust me. We don't have many of them. So I actually really like that idea, but I prefer genuinely meaningful optimism. And to me, the hopes and dreams stuff is just lyrical cheese that doesn't mean enough to affect me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I actually liked Zack in Crisis Court, but I hated slogans
embrace your dreams.
Because it just feels like such fluffy nothingness to me. I mean, I guess Zack's dream was to be in Soldier, so there is something concrete there, but it just hopes and dreams, whatever.
Hopes, dreams, maybe?
I love Zack's optimism when it means something, but I just roll my eyes when it's just optimism for the sake of, hey everyone, I'm an optimist, I
feel like it's something a little bit bigger, and we're going to find out in the third installment. I think it's going to have to do with the positivity, and somehow the live stream either feeds on it or is influenced by it or something like that.
We also have a comment here from Roosevelt 716112, who also hangs out with us on stream.
Who also loves Zack.
He does love Zack.
He loves
That's right. I forgot he loves Zack. So he has an opinion about Zack here that's a bit warmer than mine, and now I know kind of why I forgot that he was a big fan of Zack. He says, this is probably the longest and most dialogue that one of these Zack sections has had so far, and probably one of the best. I actually want a Zack and Biggs buddy cop series now. The way these two work off one another is fun. But I gotta say, I really liked Caleb Pierce's performance here. Other than his short cameo at the end of the Yuffie DLC, his speech to Biggs and really the interactions he gets to have with the other characters really cement why he was picked to play Zack. I know he gets a lot of flack, but I really do enjoy his performance. He is probably the cast member that improved the most over the course of the 3 games, including Crisis Core. Okay, Roosevelt. So I do actually want to say something here about this. I'm not in love with Caleb's performance in these games so far, but I do agree with Roosevelt in that I think that he's improving with each one. And there are performance moments that tell me that he's not clueless about acting technique.
It's up to us to find our own purpose.
I know that sounds kind of harsh. Like, there's moments that tell me he doesn't suck. But, like, there are moments that tell me that he knows something about acting techniques. Okay, so in contrast, right, there are some actors, even in this game, who are less skilled performers, where a trained director can tell that they just don't understand the concept of authenticity in acting. And they probably never will. They just don't know it. And they don't know that they don't know it, right? So they don't even know to, like, try to fix it. So because they don't understand authenticity in acting, every line seems performative all the time and always seems performative and will always seem performative because they don't realize that they have this authenticity problem. So why fix something that you don't know you need to fix? But I don't get that sense from Caleb, which is interesting because remember, so we learned in our voice actors panel, these actors have to listen to the Japanese right before they record, like the moment before they record. And then they have to try to be authentic in a very specific time frame, which is something that would take, honestly, an insane amount of practice, along with talent, to master to where you can sound real, to where you can be real, where you can feel real, so it sounds real, naturally. I like to tell myself that I would do a good job as a voice actor, but in reality, if I were up against all of those dubbing hurdles, I would probably sound a bit like Caleb in his style, at least. Not to say that he's bad. He just sounds like he has to think about things like timing and mimicking another voice actor's inflection or something so that there's like little room to breathe himself into a scene authentically from an emotional standpoint, if that makes any sense. Like he hasn't had enough practice, okay? Which this actually got me thinking. So I've been wondering, as I've been listening to his performance, if Caleb was relatively new to voice acting. Specifically, I actually had this thought, I wonder if he's maybe an on-screen actor, or maybe he was a child actor or something like that. Or at least maybe he's new to dubbed acting. So maybe he's done other voice acting, but it hasn't been dubbed, where you have to do it in the timeline and you listen to the other voice first, right? So I had a chance to see Roosevelt's comment a couple days ago before recording this, and I decided to look up Caleb's resume because I'm not familiar with it, and I actually haven't met Caleb either. I would love to. And you guys, it's exactly what I suspected. It's exactly what I suspected. The guy doesn't have a single voice acting credit that I could see, let alone a dubbed voice acting credit on IMDb until Final Fantasy VII Remake. All his other credits are on-screen TV shows. I called it exactly. I knew that was the case. All his other credits are on screen. So these games are the first time he's been thrown into all these crazy dubbing circumstances, which that's gotta be dang challenging. Remember, those of you who follow us, I felt similarly in a kind of a similar vein about Brianna in Remake, that she sounded new to me, to the craft, which turned out to be exactly what the case was. And I think the reason Caleb comes across as he does is kind of along the same lines. He's new. He needs more practice being in the booth, having to overcome all these translation, crazy hurdles in the dubbing scene. And I think maybe it came a little bit more natural, or Brianna picked up on it faster than maybe Caleb is, but it doesn't mean every line that Caleb says is bad.
Your life depends on it.
I don't think, when I'm listening to Caleb, I'm like, every line is bad. I'm not thinking that. I do think that about others, though, in this game. But not very many. Most of the cast is very good, especially in Rebirth, compared to Remake.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it might be just a practice issue, being new to dubbed acting. I know it's kind of a long way to say that.
No,
but.
that's cool that you found that because like I don't really care for Caleb's performance.
And you're not alone. There's a lot of people who've been pretty critical of him. And I've not loved it either, but sometimes I was like, no, he knows what he's doing in that moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just didn't know why.
That's some good kind of background to understand the situation. And knowing what we know now about dubbing and stuff, it makes sense. I just remember being like, oh, like I think I've told you, I'm not a huge fan of Zack or whatever, but like.
Yeah, you didn't love.
Yeah, I didn't love him, you know? And I played it again last night and it feels so stilted and like it doesn't flow, you know? And sometimes it's like you said, his inflections go up when I feel like, where did that come from or whatever?
Right.
It just kind of pulls me out of it a little bit, but there are decent moments. I just don't care for Zack very much. So it's like when he does that stuff and I'm like, okay, Mr. Happy-go-lucky dude.
Spencer doesn't like his positivity.
I don't have a problem with the positivity. It's just like
Spencer's actually a pretty positive guy. You know?
He's just a fluff character.
Yeah, he kind of feels fluffy in this game.
That doesn't have any depth to him yet for me as a newcomer. I'm like, why?
And some people would argue he feels that way in Crisis Core too.
Sure, but it's like, why are you here? What are you doing? You're at the crux of this whole mystery and everything I get from you, I'm hoping for answers and I get just fluff.
Yeah.
You know, what matters most of all when the going gets tough. I don't know, hopes, dreams maybe? Something like that. So long as we've got those. And hold on tight and never let go.
So, I'm already being like, well, you're not giving me answers again? Voice acting, whatever. You know, I'm just,
You're not sold on the story behind the characters, so it's not going to help you with the voice actor either, probably.
Think about what
are
I
they trying to say? Nobody knows what you said, Zack. You just said a bunch of like
should probably head home too.
Power friendship nonsense.
To be honest, as we were talking about this, I would love to direct these exact scenes with Gideon Emery, who plays Biggs, and Caleb Pierce, who plays Zack, in a room together doing on-screen acting.
But they don't do that, yeah.
I bet they would nail it.
Yeah, they'd probably do it.
I bet he would nail it. Now, I haven't seen any of Caleb's like on-screen performances. He was like on The Big Bang Theory for a couple of episodes. Like he's got some decent credits that I saw. Mm-hmm. And maybe if I watched those, I'd be like, oh no, he actually isn't good. But he might be good. And this honestly just could be a dubbing challenge. And he might do awesome if he were in the room with the person he's playing against. Because live actors, a huge portion of acting well is listening to the person you're acting with, the person you're having dialogue with, and responding accordingly. Yeah. And in the dub booth, they don't have that luxury at all because every line is recorded in a silo. Mm-hmm. Like, that's so hard. Like, any actor, I feel bad. So anyway, those are my thoughts on Caleb and Zack. Thanks, Roosevelt, for bringing that up. That was a nice tangent on this epically long episode that Spencer's trying to get through with a fever. Oh, man, sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
So anyway, we stay with Zack for one last scene at Aerith's house.
I'm back.
Welcome home.
Welcome home.
Guess who I just saw? Biggs.
Really?
Said he'd visit, too.
Oh, yay! Did he say anything about Daddy or Tifa?
Oh, sorry. Forgot to ask.
Aww.
Marlene, like, annoyingly sticks her tongue out at him, which feels like a Japanese gesture. They always doing those, like, tongue stick out or, like, a booger bubble. They're always, like, doing things like that, which I think both of those are stupid.
When do they do a booger bubble in Remake or Rebirth?
Not in this game. Not in this game. But, you know, like, I mean, like, so much, like, anime things that, like, almost...
That's anime.
I'm not even, like, an anime watcher, and I know the booger bubble is, like, totally a thing in Japanese culture. Like, they think it's cute. I don't think that's cute. That's gross.
No, but I don't think sticking the tongue out is on par with the booger bubble.
Not exactly. Not exactly. But it's in the same family. It's like...
No, it's just a girl being like, meh.
No, it's dumb.
It was funny.
Really? You laughed? I just thought it was annoying. I wanted to slap her. And she's a child.
Heck, Joe, chill out. It's Marlene. She's a girl. You don't want to slap her.
I'm not like really slap her. She's a fictional character.
She's talking about her dad. He forgot to talk about all this stuff.
And she sticks her tongue out. Just be sad. Mm-hmm. Just be a cute, sad girl. Don't stick your tongue out like an annoying little brat. I wouldn't actually slap a child. I love children. I hate when anything bad happens to them. But I didn't like that move. I just thought, like, if you want me to like Marlene, don't make her annoying. Like, Marlene goes down a few notches on the chart of endearingness here in Rebirth as compared to Remake.
Like your flower.
This is not that big a deal.
I'm talking about it.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny when I saw it. I was like, haha, she stuck her tongue out at him.
Okay, well, I'm glad you laughed. I thought it was annoying. I don't know. I know people complain about how the voice actor grew up in a few years between games, but to me, it's like moments like this that have nothing to do with voice acting. It's just annoying animation. And by the way, like, why is Elmira a fan of Dancing with the Stars? Have you seen the picture on her wall? Like, it's like
No. What does she have?
It looks like a picture
It's not her. It's some environmental artist that had a poster that they just stuck it up there.
Her lines in this scene were troubling. Like,
yes, okay, I was going to say that next. So when Marlene is bummed that Zack didn't ask Biggs about her dad, Elmira says to Marlene,
"We're all headed for the same place. You'll see your daddy and Tifa again."
Soon?
Soon enough, Marlene. Soon enough.
it sounds like she's alluding to them all dying and ending up in the live stream together, since it's implied that Tifa and Barret are already dead, which is pretty bleak stuff. I mean, they're like kind of protecting her because she's a child, like you were saying earlier, Ernest, about like protecting children from like bleak stuff.
But that's implied because if you listen to the NPCs as you're walking to Aerith's house, everyone's like, oh, I wish I would have done this. I have no regrets.
Hell with it. Let's just do what we want.
Because everyone knows that the world is ending.
Right.
The whole theme is the doom and gloom. And then you saw that poster with all of them marked off except Biggs, right? So like the inference is that the world's coming to an end. So yeah, her dialogue here is like, we're all headed to the same place. But not only that, you'll see them soon enough.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it is morbid.
And it's like, man.
But like, I walked past a couple, the NPC, and the lady's pregnant, and then the...
Oh, that one's so sad.
What do you think's gonna happen to our baby?
Don't know.
I just wish we could have seen their face.
Hey, let's give them a name. We may not know what's gonna happen, but I want to call them by their name, at least.
I like that. We'll give them a name, and we'll be a family.
Even though they're probably not going to be born in time for the world to end, kind of a thing.
That's so sad. Like, that concept is so sad to me.
Sure, but the idea is to be like, this is the doomed universe, right?
Yeah.
Or timeline or whatever, and they're just kind of living in it. And so Elmira is just kind of being like, it's okay, like, you'll see your daddy and Tifa again soon, but not being like, you're going to die, but like kind of just being like, it's going to happen.
Although the guy with the pregnant lady, did you notice when you walk too close to them, he like gets all protective?
Yeah, he protects her. Don't touch my pregnant wife.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to me.
Yeah, it was depressing when she said it. As an adult being cognizant of the situation, it's like, wow, that was rough. Like, yes, she's little. She probably doesn't put those two together, but
it is.
The way she said it was just brutal. I was like, wow. Okay.
Yeah, well, Marlene stuck her tongue out and deserves something.
So she deserves to die.
That's terrible.
There you go.
That's basically what you're saying.
No, I don't mean that.
I'm kidding.
But then the scene ends. I don't know if you remember this. Like, the camera like flies out the window into the yard and like circles around and kind of shows us the flowers are dead and the plants are gray and the skies are strange. And then it goes back into the house. And that's where we see Cloud is still unconscious, right? From his Mako poisoning or whatever. He's in a wheelchair. And Aerith is still unconscious in bed, and Zack asks an unresponsive Aerith.
The wind, that was you, wasn't it?
I like this.
Yeah, which was interesting. And that's the end of the flashback, or the flash sideways, or interdimensional. I have no idea what's going on, but whatever it is the end of that thing.
The end is nigh.
And I think the way it ends is really cool. It's like a really cool transition. So in Zack's world, Zack takes Aerith's hand, and then the screen dips to white and shows Aerith's hand waiting in the live stream water. So like our party's universe or whatever. She's like got her hand in this live stream water next to the moving canoe. And then like some sparkles appear with like some chimes or whatever around her hand that's showing like, I don't know if it's like magic or connection or whatever. What? It startles her. She like feels it or notices it and it startles her. She pulls her hand out of the water and she just looks at her hand and you can tell she's just like processing what she just experienced. And we don't know what she knows at this moment, but even Tifa can tell that she knows something because Aerith's face when she pulls it out, it's not one of fear. It's like almost casual. not casual, that's the wrong word for it, but you can tell that she kind of gets what's going on, or she realizes without it being a shock to her. Like, it's like, okay, I know what's happening.
She knows it's Zack on the other side.
She like felt Zack's presence, right? I think that's a really cool way to hint that there's a connection between Aerith's and Zack's worlds.
Right.
And that Aerith is a connecting force of some sort, although we don't really know what that means yet.
Yeah, and like with the whole Greek mythology sort of setting, and that being like the river of the dead, I think it's interesting because like in this timeline, Zack is dead. Right? But like he's alive in another whatever. They represent this with the beagle dog, stamp.
The different stamps.
And the Yorkie stamps. Like, but they do this explicitly to be like, at the end of Remake, there's a chip bag with like Yorkie that's the stamp or whatever, And so it's cool. Like, this scene works for me, I like the scene where Zack tells Aerith, he's like, that was you, wasn't it? It's like he understands that was her.
Right.
And then on the other end, she kind of understands that that's like him or somebody, on the other side. So I don't know. I think it's cool.
That is cool. Yeah. It's like they're aware of each other. It's not just a one way.
And it's almost like the live stream is the conduit between the two worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Aerith is uniquely like positioned to be someone that's kind of manipulating things, right? That's why he's like, you're kind of doing this,
Yeah, or at least can see into each of them or something.
Yeah, it's cool.
And then that brings an even more interesting concept, right? Because if it was her, and so she was able to save them both, but by sweeping them into the doomed timeline, they postponed the death because technically this world is coming to an end as well, right? Now what happens? How does this thing like reunify at some point so that they come back over?
Reunion.
Yeah, reunion. There you go.
Reunion.
Nibelheim.
You're asking the right questions, Ernest.
Yeah. So it was almost like I swept you to a temporary safe spot until I can finagle this thing again later.
Till she can figure something else out.
Yep.
I wonder what it is.
So it's clearly a situation where like her and Cloud technically exist in both worlds, but are not conscious in both at the same time. Everyone else is dead in this one, but this other one's going to end soon, right? Everyone's saying it. So somehow this has to like weave back together, but I don't know how it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm curious. I'm very curious.
And this is where we need Kevin Feige, because he's the one that knows how to do this.
Maybe.
I would lose it if it was like a Doctor Strange type of thing at the end. I would be like, oh, wow, that's awesome.
Oh, you'd lose? Okay, well, we'll...
So awesome.
Our hopes and our dreams give us strength.
Back with our party, so our canoe finally lands on shore, and Guy Nattak welcomes us to what's called the Village of the Guy.
Welcome to the Village of the Guy.
Which is a pretty spooky looking like place of unnatural formations. There's a bunch of torches everywhere and like undead effigies. Although it does also have its own dinosaur turd, so there's that. But once you get past the dinosaur turd, I think it looks really cool. To add to the creepiness,
our flesh is gone, yet our spirits are condemned to linger. Outsiders such as we are unwelcome, forever denied the planet's embrace.
we hear like echoing voices all around us, like welcoming us and explaining more about themselves. And it's actually Aerith who connects the dots of what's going on.
They're not bound to the planet, and so she rejects them.
Because you have to come from the life stream to return to it.
Which means these dudes can't die, right? They're invincible!
I'm not sure that's something to celebrate. Being stuck as spirits with no hope of release sounds like a fate worse than death.
As if you know anything about dying. I mean, are you even really alive?
Another stuck spirit, perhaps?
This is worth talking about because any OG player knows that this Guy backstory is new in Rebirth.
Yeah.
In the OG, as I mentioned earlier, Bugenhagen described the Guy as ghosts who had been killed in battle, and that the vengeful, he says, quote, the vengeful spirits of the Guy didn't disappear and couldn't return to the live stream. But apparently once Nanaki defeats the Guy Nattak boss in the OG, the Guy spirits finally do fade away.
Okay.
Whereas they don't in Rebirth.
Yeah, this is a whole new thing.
That's the difference there.
I like it.
Yeah, it's cool. Like, so there's a hint of the Gi's backstory in the OG, but it's just like a quick drive-by. It's not like a fully fleshed out exploration, whereas here they put a lot more meat on the bones of the Gi, which is, like you said, Spencer, it's great because it does a couple really good things. Number one, it makes the whole Gi dungeon not feel nearly as random and tangent-like as it does in the OG, where its sole purpose seems to be like to just take a detour from the main story to flesh out Nanaki's backstory. That's how it feels in the OG. And number two, another good thing it does, it makes sense of the whole Black Materia plotline and purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And it does so in an interesting way without venturing into like totally unrelated territory. It's really actually smart and clever.
Yeah, I think it works really well.
I like the concept that they have here, which is like they can't return to the live stream because they're not from it.
Right.
So they're forever in this liminal space, right? So it's
purgatory of sorts.
Like a purgatory in between worlds, exactly like you would have in ancient, Greek mythology. They can't go anywhere. They want to not exist. They want to be gone, right?
From what I gather, the Gi were basically aliens, frankly. They were basically aliens. They arrived on this planet after their own homeworld was destroyed. But because they weren't native to this planet and the live stream, their spirits couldn't return to it once they died, which basically turned them into what you're saying, Ernest. They're like lost souls, which is super interesting, I think.
Those not born of the life stream can never join its flow. One cannot return to that from which one did not arise. And so our souls sought refuge here. Yet idleness brought no solace. Our days, a penance imposed by the planet for the sin of our existence. And now, our only wish is to be freed from this prison, to be granted true release.
So their dead spirits are basically cursed to exist forever on this earth without like any chance of eternal rest.
Right.
Even though they've died.
Just like Captain Barbossa and the pirates that took the gold pieces.
We are not among the living, and so we cannot die. But neither are we dead.
So we know that part of the Gi story. Now there's also the Materia side of the story that is interesting.
We shall not rest till the Materia is ours. It was our fate to be spurned by the planet forevermore. Thus did we resolve to forge our own path to salvation. We long to lay hands on the Materia of peace.
Interesting they call it that, because that's what it is to them.
There is but one thing that can deliver unto us ultimate salvation, and that is Materia. In the Materia of peace, we shall find the end for which we have long yearned.
So they're talking about Materia in the chanting in the background as we're walking through this place. And Yuffie, of course, is like all about this Materia talk.
So an ultimate Materia? Where is it? You gotta tell me!
And she's basically the one we have to chase through this whole place because of that.
Yeah.
And we learn that it's the Black Materia that they're talking about.
We ask that you retrieve it. The Black Materia, key to our oblivion.
We don't know that right up front, so it's like, what are they talking about?
Don't know about y'all, but I got a sinking feeling.
Basically, the Gi, as I understand it, they pooled their sorrows or their hatred or something together to create Black Materia.
From the planet, we claim the greatest of materia, a most sacred treasure, and imbued it with our desire for freedom.
So they are the creators of this in Rebirth, and they did that in hopes that they could use it to, as you mentioned earlier, Spencer, summon Meteor and destroy the planet, which could theoretically give them a chance of freeing their lost souls.
And thus did we rejoice, knowing that salvation was within our grasp.
Like they'd rather cease to exist than exist in this eternal undead state. They actually say that.
Our ultimate salvation is cessation. It is nothingness. Our wish is not to exist, but rather to no longer exist.
Do they actually mention that Black Materia is what summons Meteor, or is that just me just jumping ahead?
I don't think they mention Meteor at all.
That's just me just knowing stuff that happens.
Yeah, what they say is that they created a Materia first, and then they poured all of their sorrow and whatever into it, and it then converted or became Black Materia. and that was their salvation. Now, they didn't go into like how they were going to use it. But that was essentially the point.
Yeah, and by the way, I am darn certain that some of these Gi voices are the Zongan actor.
Oh, really?
Our wish is not to exist, but rather to no longer exist.
A humble traveler of the world and teacher of martial arts to the youth.
That's probably true, yeah.
I am positive. And I guess it makes sense that he'd be like hanging around, like doing background voices while he waits for his bigger role in Revelation.
You could learn a lot from me.
And then there's the Cetra part of this story, which is a little bit more murky to me, but apparently the Cetra built altars.
The altars we came upon before were built to imprison the Gi. This, however, was built to provide the Cetra with a means to commune with them.
But the Gi didn't like the Cetra. They thought they were cocky butts, apparently. And then the Cetra stole the black materia from the Gi, and they hid it in order to prevent them from destroying the world.
Yet the loathsome Cetra trespassed upon our lands and stole the treasure that would grant us deliverance.
Which only made their anger and hatred worse for thousands of years.
The Cetra are not a tolerant people.
Until they finally tried attacking Cosmo Canyon.
Okay, we know like what the black materia does, right?
I don't know if we've talked about it in the games.
No, but like I
don't think the gamer knows by now unless they've played the OG.
Remake has the whole like vision of Sephiroth summoning Meteor. It's there.
But do we connect the dots? That's what he's doing?
It hasn't been explicitly linked yet.
It hasn't been explicitly stated that, yes, that it's the black materia that causes this.
So I think it might be a reach for somebody to know.
Yeah, if they're asking for Oblivion, it's very cool. So maybe I know too much to represent a newcomer right here.
In this case, probably.
But it makes sense why the Cetra would be against this. It makes sense why the Gi would be for this. I think everything's working with this whole thing, right?
I agree.
Right.
And I think that the level of mystery is okay here at this point, right? But yeah, apparently the black materia was hidden by the Cetra. And then it stayed that way, like they hated the Cetra for thousands of years, I guess, until they finally tried to get into Cosmo Canyon, and that's where they ran into Seto, and they asked Seto to bring them the black materia, but he refused. So Seto, it sounds like, knew what they were going to use it for or suspected, and that's how Seto saved the canyon. And the sealed door prevented the Gi from ever progressing further, which is funny because later the side quest, it's like they escaped. Isn't that a big deal?
The survey team has returned with reports of sightings of Gi spirits within the Vale.
But they were sealed within the cave.
Indeed they were. I can attest to that.
So how did they get out?
Well, these are spirits, Nanaki. Who knows what they can or cannot do?
Yeah, it is weird.
So here, the party starts to put all this together by listening to these echoing voices of the Gi, like the lost souls around them, both while they're walking through this creepy place and also while fighting the Gi spirits along the way, although it can be kind of challenging to understand. Like, they're doing cool story chanting while you're in battle, but you can't really hear it because the battle noises are so loud sometimes, you know? And then a quick side note, too, before we get to what Guy Nattak says, I thought the music and the design of this place was so cool.
Yeah, I liked it.
It was awesome.
The atmosphere is just
like
the
the location soundtrack, it's like
everything about this.
It's like beautiful but uncomfortably dissonant at the same time. And it's so imaginative. There's like that guy like singing. You know, and it just feels lamentive, like, I don't know. I thought it was so cool. He's singing some language you don't understand. And there's like the bone plague backgrounds up against like beautiful purples and oranges and reds with these like deep chants. It's very unique. Spooky, captivating, otherworldly, awesome design. Like so fascinating, draws you in. And then at one point, Cloud has another Mako migraine.
Steeped in our one desire, purest of materia no more, with pain and spite made black.
where like a flood of like black feathers swoop up from the ground. You know what that must mean.
Mm-hmm.
It transports Cloud to some like gray neutral space, and he sees Sephiroth appear, and Sephiroth like smirks at him. And then it ends with like an extreme close-up of Sephiroth's eye and then Cloud's eye, which I think is like trying to connect them for us.
Mm-hmm.
And the cinematography here is all pretty interesting. There's like point of view shots from Cloud's perspective. There's racked focus as Cloud realizes what he's seeing. There's also skewed like diagonal camera angles that complement the jilted nature of what's going on psychologically. I love that. And then it ends with the feather falling on the camera's lens, which is a reason, like a physical reason for it to go to black, right?
Mm-hmm.
All good stuff from a filmmaking perspective. And we're actually hearing the chanting of the Gi while we see Sephiroth.
Steeped in our one desire, purest of materia no more.
Which I didn't really pick up on first time I played through. But to me, that's meant to tie Sephiroth's intentions somehow to the black materia early on right here.
Right.
Like maybe he also plans to use it, or at least he's planting the seed here without saying anything explicitly. So it'll be interesting to see if they make his intentions really clear.
I felt like it was Sephiroth making it known that they're going to take him to the black materia that he wants.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's exactly what Sephiroth is alluding to here, right? Like, he wants Cloud to take it to him.
Take me to the black materia, yeah.
Especially Cloud.
Yeah.
When he sees Gi Nattak before they even go, and Cloud sees that vision that it's Sephiroth, not Gi Nattak, right? It's like, I feel like that's just foreshadowing. It's like, they're the ones with the black materia. Sephiroth wants you to keep going this way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too. And then once we arrive at some like spooky part of this like so-called village, I love how they call it the village. Village of the Gi. Okay. You get to like this place called the Shrine to Oblivion, and that's where we see Gi Nattak floating in the air in front of us, and that's where he starts to fill in any like story holes that we might have missed along the way.
From the planet, we claim the greatest of materia, a most sacred treasure, and imbued it with our desire for freedom. After an eternity, the materia began to stir, and thus did we rejoice, knowing that salvation was within our grasp. We rejoiced, so convinced were we that our prayers for release had not been in vain. Yet the loathsome Cetra trespassed upon our lands and stole the treasure that would grant us deliverance. Therefore, we ask that you retrieve it, the black materia, key to our oblivion. Please. It alone can liberate us from this endless dream. The Gi cannot rest until our sacred treasure has been restored to us.
Gi Nattak even calls out Aerith and says,
Moreover, in redressing the crime of her ancestors, the Cetra may help us to let go our ancient grudge.
So, trying to make it personal for Aerith, who I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I don't think she'd be cool with destroying the entire planet so these souls can let go of a grudge. But hey, worth the ask, I guess.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Yeah.
Because they seem like it's no big deal. It's like, just kill yourselves and everybody, and we'll be fine.
Right.
Yeah. So, like, I think the thing to point out here that's interesting, right, is that these are like extraterrestrial refugees, is basically what happened. And
right.
So, Gi Nattak, he says, with the passing of eons, the star we called home began to wane. Until at last, it was subsumed by your own, right? So he's saying like their star system basically had a cataclysmic event, and it sounds like it was one of those things where like the stars kind of start doing this like double dance and they eventually like collapse into each other. And it said the earth shook, seas boiled, skies shattered, and time stopped. That's what I found super interesting, right? Kind of gives a little bit of a picture of like where it says the sky shattered and time stopped. Few of my people survived the chaos and calamity. Those who did began a new life here. So they were an alien species that their star system and their planet that they lived in like collided with this other one. And so theirs was destroyed in the process. And the few of them that were able to survive became refugees on this planet. But then as a result of them not being from the planet, that's where they ended up in the thing. So it says, you know, it was destroyed in the cataclysm. They fled here seeking refuge. But here's what it says, but to the planet we were not welcome, not in life nor in death.
Right.
Right. So the planet is actually rejecting them, right? You don't belong here. Even in death, you're foreign. The earth itself rejects you. So they literally have nothing they can do. They're stuck.
Right.
There's no way for them to get out of it other than what they think, which is the black materia.
It's hard to feel at ease around folks whose only desire is death. And if the planet won't let them have it, well, who's to say they won't let the planet have it?
And it makes sense that their hatred and vitriol and eons of just not dying, like, would fuel this materia and turn it black. And, you know, it's very cool. Like, this is cool world building and writing.
Yeah.
It sure is. And I know that, like, the story thus far has said it's because they're not from the planet that they cannot enter the life stream. But I'm wondering if there's something more to that they're being actively prevented from entering it. It's beyond just here is a rule of the planet, and the Cetra are actually actively not letting them in there for some who knows what reason. But the point is they can't find rest. So the only option they can think of is this black materia, right? And it just so happens that their plan aligns with what Sephiroth wants to do. That's why these two kind of visions are coming together here.
Yeah.
And Cloud is in the middle of it like, oh man, this isn't good.
Yeah.
This is very bad.
Although I suspect that Sephiroth's purpose for the black materia is not to actually completely destroy the planet. Like, I think he wants to use it to gain some kind of power. So I think his motivation is probably different than just the Gi, who just want to end their existence, right?
Mm-hmm.
As far as your theory about, like, the Cetra actively preventing them from joining the live stream, I don't think that's what they're going for, but that would be a way to make the Cetra look really bad, like, and mean, unless there was, like, if by the Gi entering the live stream, it, like, destroys future blooming of people or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
I think it's interesting because we already have the foreign invader trope with Jenova.
Exactly.
Right? Like, she's a foreign entity from something else.
She's basically a parasite.
Which is cool, though, because she's not the only one, right? We have, like, the Gi, we have other examples of this happening, so.
But I don't think people know that about Jenova.
Really?
Do they? Kind of, maybe.
The hell kind of research is this?
The cataclysm that came from the stars, Jenova. Hojo has devoted half of his life to her study.
I don't give a shit about any of that.
The experiments in this facility involve the enhancement of life forms and machines through the application of Jenova biological data.
Yeah, that's a question. Like, do they know or not?
I don't know.
See, the Gi are a little bit different because, again, they
are different.
They're there by no fault of their own.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
There was a cataclysm, and they ended up as refugees on the planet, and then...
Yeah, they're different, but, like, what's your point?
That gives them a little bit of sympathy. Like, they're sympathetic in a way, which is like, this is why it's working, you know?
And that's why I think that they built the world like this, where it's creepy but also beautiful in some weird way at the same time. Like, the music is creepy and beautiful. The settings are creepy.
Like, you understand their
They've
plight.
got beautiful lighting. Nattak is not like a psycho when he's talking to us, only when he was fighting us earlier. But, like, here, you have sympathy for their cause, but at the same time, you can't have so much sympathy that you're willing to blow up everybody else just to give them what they need.
Well, they even say that.
Here's what's a weird thing, because they haven't explained it yet. It might not be Meteor, right? They might have some other thing that they're able to do with it that just wipes them out only. And so I'm thinking the Gi have their own thing. Sephiroth obviously knows that he can use it for his purpose, right? But there was another line somewhere in there where they specifically used the line that the Cetra were star-crossed something or other.
They were a star-crossed people. To follow in their footsteps is to court tragedy.
That's like a very specific meaning to it, like the Cetra themselves are doomed for whatever reason. But what was interesting was the fact that the Gi ended up on the planet by way of a star cataclysm event. So, like, the wordplay in these different ways they phrased it kind of is interesting, the way they did it.
This is great. This is new additional writing.
This is good stuff.
And this is the stuff that it's like, okay, this edition works.
Totally agree with that.
It's like these two groups that just have like this horrible history, and but they're on opposing ends of this thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, so yes, like it looks like the Cetra are doing the right thing, taking the black materia, because if in fact the only way the Gi can find rest is by casting Meteor and destroying the whole thing, then yes, you would want to stop that, right? I get that point.
Yeah.
But what if it's not? What if it was some other ritual they were going to do that just wiped out their liminal space that they live in? So they've now been denied that based on what the Cetra assumed they were going to try to do. which is what Sephiroth actually wants to do, right? So it's like this weird, I like the way they wrote this, and it's like, I don't really know which way this is going.
Yeah.
It's good new writing.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So they can do it.
I wonder how much better this game would have been if they hadn't have been so married to the OG. Because when they write something new, though sometimes they write something new, but usually they're trying to stick to the OG and they're trying to
honor to the OG. That's why Nanaki sucks, because they had to do it.
That's why Nanaki sucks. Yep.
Yep.
So when they write something new, maybe these guys need to make a new game that's like, not in this universe. I don't know. Well, they did that, and some of it was bad. Some of the games, whatever. Okay, I'm done wondering.
Our only wish is to be freed from this prison.
It's really interesting stuff. I think we're all in agreement that we like the Guy story. We think this is fascinating, and we think it's done well for the most part here. And then also here, Cloud confirms to the party after he sees this whole Sephiroth vision.
Whatever that materia is, we can't let them have it. No matter how much they want it. Don't know how far we can let this go, but for now we play along.
So he has an intrinsic understanding they can't have this. Even if they haven't mentioned Meteor yet, which I don't think they have, he's like, no. We have a comment here from Dinner with a Dev. Says, Nattak explaining the origin of the black materia was a good change. Mm-hmm. It always seems weird that it was a Cetra materia, but now it makes so much more sense.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay,
Cetra materia. Yeah, you're right, because they got it out of the temple. And it's also here where we find out where this black materia is supposedly located.
The orb lies within a place of Cetra worship.
A place of Cetra worship? Or temple?
Which is also a bit different from the OG, where I think the black materia was the Cetra temple. Which was kind of weird. So this is a good change. I really think it was the actual temple. I think you go to the temple and then the temple turns into the orb.
I mean, it could still be.
I think. And then I think there's a hole in the ground and that's where Cloud slaps Aerith or something. Anyway, it gets psycho. I remember not understanding any of that. I was like, okay, whatever. So they figure out here, they learn that it's in the Cetra temple, supposedly. And then Cait Sith speaks up.
I have an idea. At least, I think I do.
Forgive me, Hollow One, if I regard you with suspicion.
Now hold on there. I'm friend to one and all, thanks to my crystal ball. No matter your need, I have the right read.
He's strange, but you can trust him. Really.
Huh?
Alas, it appears we have been discovered.
I love the part where Cloud tells him, he's a bit strange, but you could trust him.
Mm-hmm. Well, Cloud is the one consistently defending Cait Sith.
Right.
And saying you can trust him, where other people are like, no. Barret is not into it.
Never met a specialer group of people in all my life. How could I not tag along?
How could I not tag along? Bullshit.
Well, Barret's always skeptical of anything Shinra, but I feel like this is actually kind of forced writing.
Yeah.
When Cloud's like, you can trust him, because they're doing it because they're setting up something later, and they talk about it at the end of this chapter too, when they're back in Cosmo Canyon, and he's like, you can trust me.
Cloud, remember what you told Guy and Nattak back there? That I might be weird, but you can trust me. Aye, well, even if you were lying, I'm going to prove to you that you can trust me. That I'm on your side.
I did like that ending sequence, though, where he says, oh, it seems we've been discovered or whatever.
Alas, it appears we have been discovered. I trust you will return our materia to its rightful home. Only you can end our torment.
Yeah, so they're having this conversation, but think about this, though. The Guy, just starts grumbling and says, we've been discovered.
Alas,
and then the scene fades back to the party standing next to the Seto rock. And now it's morning. So,
yeah.
I mean, I guess they warped back or something, because they're...
So here's another thing I noticed going back through it that I didn't notice the first time. In the very beginning, when they're coming in, he tells her to be quiet because the Cetra will hear them.
Yes, goes to the Cetra's ears.
And when he says, oh, it looks like we've been discovered, maybe it was just me, but it looked to me like all of a sudden, like the colors of the life stream started like appearing on the ground.
Yep.
And it was like, oh yeah, so like now the life stream pull them apart because that's why he was telling them in the beginning.
Oh, you think it was separating them?
I think the live stream actually took them out of that liminal space because the Cetra know that they're trying to get a hold of the black materia, and it was discovered that the party was there talking to them about this very topic. That's the reason Nattak in the beginning had said to be quiet.
Gotcha. So you think that the live stream actively separated them and caused them to fade, to warp back to the other place. I had a slightly different interpretation, but along similar lines. I too noticed that there was like this faint greenish mist. Whenever we see greenish mist, it means like live stream planet, but it could also mean Cetra, right? And it starts to kind of circle the group, but it is pretty faint. It's not nearly as obvious as it is in like the lanterns that used to be orange. So I think that it's implying that the Cetra themselves from the live stream discovered this conversation was happening. Like they're still interested and somehow able to protect the planet from the Gi, even though they've passed on. And I think that it was actually Nattak and his powers or whatever that warped everybody back. I don't think that was the Cetra that did that. I just think that Nattak realized, oh, we're basically being watched now. I don't want these people to see this. We're done. And then like snaps his fingers and warps them back. You know what I mean? That's what I think.
That very well could be it too, that he was like, oh, we got to end this conversation now and warp them back, right?
Yeah.
To me, when I saw that kind of appear, I thought, oh, that's actually the live stream like intervening simply because if the logical conclusion of them getting the black materia is the destruction of the planet, the live stream would intervene however it needed to stop it.
But you keep saying live stream. I think it could even be like the consciousness in the live stream of the actual Cetra.
Well, yeah.
I think it's even more specific.
Something of that sort, but like the live stream is what's manifesting itself like visually, right? That we're seeing pop up in that scene.
Yeah, or the Cetra.
I don't know. I kind of agree with Ernest more than you, Jolie. Like the Cetra, they've never given us any indication that the Cetra have any power now that they've moved on. I mean, they're
but I understand why you say that. The only reason I'm saying Cetra is because of the comments made on the canoe.
Yeah, sure, that they can hear.
Coming here.
Anything that reaches the planet's ears, in due time, reaches those of the Cetra.
It's setting it up that they
like,
can hear and they might do stuff. Like you can tell the Gi are like afraid of the Cetra still. This is to me the manifestation of that fear coming to fruition, or at least starting to for the Gi.
That's represented in the live stream. They're just there. So like the live stream, it's the catch-all.
Oh yeah, so it's the same thing, but I'm just saying it's more specific than just general live stream, general hopes and dreams. I'm saying like the Cetra are listening.
So I think you guys are saying the same thing.
Probably.
Yeah.
But the reason he's scared is he's not scared of the random regular souls. He's scared of that ancient
He's scared of the Cetra.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, because technically this is the first time in eons, right, that they've talked to anybody. And so this is their first chance in thousands of years to try to get the black materia back.
Well, 45 years.
Okay, 45 years. But even before that, right, this is their first chance to get it back. And he doesn't want to mess it up because he wants to get the black materia back.
Yeah. So then the group starts to head back.
I guess we're back?
Because they've been warped to, back to Seto. And there's a bunch of different dialogue I'm not going to go through in detail here, but Nanaki, like, he's suddenly really gung-ho about his chummy dad.
I'll make you proud, Dad. Just wait.
You know that scene in Toy Story 2 at the end where, like, Buzz Lightyear's playing, like, football with Emperor Zurg?
Buzz, are you coming? No, I have a lot of catching up to do with my dad. Oh, you're a great dad. Yippee!
Yeah.
It's like all chummy. That's what this scene feels like. It's like Nanaki's like, I love my dad. Like, it's so forced, but whatever.
I am the son of Seto the Watcher.
And then Cloud also, in the dialogue, he reveals that he actually saw Sephiroth.
Those undead suckers actually think we're gonna give him back their materia.
They called it their salvation or whatever. But to me, it sounded more like something with the potential to wreak some serious havoc. Nope. No way in hell are we letting them have it.
Can't let him have it either.
Him?
Sephiroth. Did no one else sense him?
No.
You're the resident expert. If you say Sephiroth was there, I'll believe you.
Wait. So, are you saying Sephiroth's after the black materia too?
Probably. Better to assume he is.
Well, come on! Let's go! Can't let anyone get between me and my materia! So, Kate Sith, I gotta ask, how do you know about the Cetra temple anyway?
Well, I wouldn't say I know about it exactly. Not directly, anyway.
What's that supposed to mean?
I just recall some document or other discussing its existence. If we can get to a Shinra terminal, I should be able to find it again.
Terminal, huh? They set any up here?
I think so, but I bet old Boogie will know for sure.
So that becomes our new short-term mission, is to find a Shinra terminal, which we'll have to leave Cosmo Canyon to do because Bugenhagen basically turned theirs into a windmill.
Yeah, yeah, he did.
That was so awesome.
You've got to be kidding me!
There is one particular piece of dialogue that I did find interesting, and that's when they meet up with Bugenhagen again.
Well, do you know about a Cetra temple?
A temple, you say? If you mean a place where they worshipped gods, none exist. The Cetra never engaged in such practices.
And when he says that, Aerith hangs her head in what appears to be disappointment, and she says,
I didn't know that.
I find this interesting because this is another nod, at least in my perspective, to Aerith being this person of faith, and we've talked about that in the past, like a person of prayer.
Mm-hmm.
And so it seems like she's disappointed to learn that her ancestors were like atheistic or something, because it's really personal to her. Now, granted, we know that Bugenhagen has been wrong before, so he could also be wrong about this, so I guess we'll see.
If you mean a place where they worshipped gods, none exist. The Cetra never engaged in such practices.
But her reaction to me is actually, it's also a little bit confusing because this planet has no gods to pray to, just a planet that they kind of worship as a god.
Right, but
so it's a bit unclear why Aerith would be disappointed that her ancestors didn't worship gods when she technically doesn't worship gods either, as far as we know. I mean, these are things we're not supposed to think about, but here I am.
But it could have also been the inverse. The thing he didn't talk about at all is, what if it wasn't a temple that the Cetra worshipped other gods at, but what if it was a temple that people worshipped the Cetra at? Right? Because in Greek mythology, that's a big component of it, where the gods and the goddesses derive their power from the believers, right? So the more people that believe in them, the more powerful they are in general. So it could be the inverse of that. The temple wasn't Cetra worshiping other gods. The temple was early other species, humans, whatever, worshiping them.
You could write that in if you want, but it still doesn't make sense with the dialogue because he says,
if you mean a place where they worshipped gods, none exist. The Cetra never engaged in such practices.
And that's what makes her disappointed.
Yeah.
The Cetra never engaged in such practices. So it really, I don't know how you draw that conclusion.
He might be right, but she obviously thought something different and didn't like it.
Something different that we don't know about, I guess? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, like she had this other opinion and...
that they worship gods, right?
That they worship gods or that maybe the planet was their god and that temple was their like way of interacting with a planet or something. I don't know. But then again, she wasn't brought up in their culture, right? So like,
no, we get that. We get that she's not brought up in the culture. I'm just saying that she's disappointed in that statement that Bugenhagen made. Does that?
Yeah. I mean, again, I have no idea why, but could be a multitude of reasons.
Okay, well, maybe we'll find out in the next one, right? And then Bugenhagen continues his description of this so-called temple. He says,
maybe it was referred to as such by someone ignorant of their culture. If instead it is a site of importance to the Cetra that you seek, texts do speak of one, and of the pains taken to conceal it.
So, it does exist?
Oh, perhaps, though I know not where it is.
Huh?
And even should you find it, I would urge caution. They were a star-crossed people. To follow in their footsteps is to court tragedy. However, the rewards may yet outweigh the risks.
So it's more talk that isn't terribly positive about the Cetra. And it makes me wonder, again, are we going to come away from part 3 thinking the Cetra are actually a bunch of butts? Or are we going to come away thinking that the Guy and Bugenhagen were wrong about them all along? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Or a combination of the two. And remember you said a second ago that in the OG, the temple was the materia, or the materia was the temple. Because he's talking about they took pains to conceal it and don't go looking for it because it's, it could be that it's the same thing, but just the act of finding it, you've now exposed it to both potentially the Gi and Sephiroth, right? So like wherever it is now, neither one of them know and neither one of them can do anything bad with it. But if they go looking for it and they find it, now you've put the piece back on the board and there's a problem with that.
I forget that you haven't played past part of Chapter 11.
I haven't, yeah.
But yeah, we'll see what you think when we get to the actual Cetra temple, because there's some interesting stuff that happens there.
Perhaps this fact-finding expedition of ours will clear things up.
We're almost to the end of the story stuff in Chapter 10, thank goodness. And then we learn at that point that some black robe guy has entered the village just in time to tell us where to go next.
So dumb.
Deus Ex Machina. There it is right there again.
Another man in a black robe has come.
The guys that move the plot forward.
Right.
More black robes.
They really are. They really are.
That's their job.
They even say a funny thing. We probably won't even talk about this. When you land in Chapter 11, it's almost like that black robe guy just came to Cosmo Canyon to get us to come to Nibelheim.
Do they say that?
Almost like they swung by Cosmo Canyon just so they could lead us here.
I hope that's a tongue-in-cheek nod from the developers.
So dumb.
It is funny though, and the way he just says it too. It's like, if that is tongue in cheek, let's just throw him in there and we'll just put it right on the nose because it's funny, and we'll move it along.
I like when games poke fun at themselves.
Yeah.
It's a little fourth wall breaky, but it's pretty funny.
It doesn't feel like that. It just feels bad.
It just feels, because that's the thing. It might not be,
That's fine, but
he's like, this isn't Mako poisoning. I've seen it before.
Yeah, he does say that.
Yeah, that's what he says here at the Cosmo Canyon entrance. Because when we hear that there's a robe guy that's there, we run to the entrance, and of course the robe guy mutters the word
Nibelheim.
Yeah.
And then Kate Sith says
Nibelheim has a terminal,
which is so convenient. And so we're back to following the robe guys. I mean, it really is.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that we were not following them for a whole chapter.
It's just a series of comedy though, because it's those two things.
I know Mako poisoning when I see it. And this isn't it.
And then the guy who it wasn't Mako poisoning is like,
there's no roads you can take far as I know.
Maybe we can't go by land.
But by air.
Yeah, but I don't think that they're being funny. I think it's just sloppy, lazy writing.
They just had to move it along, right? They had to move it
they're
along.
moving it along, but that's not great.
It's bad. The pacing in Rebirth is kind of bad.
Kind of has an issue, yeah.
We have to hit all these different places, and it was an open world map on the original.
And then you had to walk all the way back to go catch the tiny Bronco. It was great.
P.S. The NPC guy who comes to tell us a black robe is at the entrance.
Another man in a black robe has come. What should we do?
Well now, a friend of yours?
Where'd you see him?
Oh, the village gate.
Give that guy more lines. He gave a solid performance for that short time.
That robed man is at the village gate. One of my colleagues is tending to him for now.
Before we leave Cosmo Canyon, we're almost at the end here. There's a whole bunch of side quests and enemy intel to open up for us to do. And since we've already gone long with this episode and we need to move on to the next chapter, but I also don't want to pretend that none of this stuff exists, I want to try something new. I want to do a sort of side quests rapid fire, if you will. So the way this is going to work, and I tipped you both off, but now the audience knows. And because I don't know if you guys actually prepared for this or not. So the way this will work is that I will briefly describe a side quest or an element of one, if it's a big side quest. And then you each have to give me your fast opinion of that in just a few words. No longer than one single sentence. So it could be one word or up to a single sentence. And then we move on to the next one, right? Once we've each given our opinions. And I don't mean a paragraph long sentence that goes on forever with lots of commas. So does that sound good?
I did hardly any of these. So it's going to be mainly Spencer guessing, if at all, because mine are going to be all wrong.
And poor Spencer has had a mild fever all day, and it's after midnight for us.
It's okay.
You down for this?
Yes.
You down for this, Spence?
Yeah, let's do it.
Still standing.
My husband's such a nice champ.
No, I'm having a good time. I'm tired, but I'm
His voice is cracking. I'm having a good time.
Time.
Oh, this is great.
Oh. Okay, first element. Proto-relic phenomenon Intel story 1. So this story goes like this. Yuffie reunites with fellow Avalanche HQ survivors.
Nio! Hulk! Billy Bob!
From intermission, who reveals through flashback that Wedge died.
William Robert.
What's William Robert? What's that from?
It was a joke from Toolman on stream. Billy Bob, his government name is William Robert.
That's right, his government name.
Toolman is so funny. Anyway,
They're
there's this guy
so
on stream.
witty.
They're all so clever. But
They're so witty. Toolman's great.
Sorry. They
Okay,
reunite
Billy
with
Bob.
with William Robert.
Yeah, from intermission, yeah. They reveal through flashback that Wedge died falling from the Shinra building during the raid, leaving Barret, who apparently didn't know for sure if Wedge died, to grieve.
Damn it!
Don't worry. It's all good, bro.
Hey, y'all heard that, right? That was Wedge.
While the group commits to helping restore the region's livestream fonts. Ernest, quick opinion.
I don't even know what to say. Like I said, I didn't do any of the side quests, really.
Oh, did you do an opinion?
You didn't do the side
Did
quest,
you do Gears and Gambits?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You missed some big story side quest stuff.
That's why he's like, it's just going to be me.
So it's just going to be Spencer. I'm sorry, Ernest. Some of this you may have done, so just let me know if you've done it. Otherwise, I'll just go to Spence. Sorry to put you on the spot. You're like, I don't know what to say. You could just say pass.
Yeah.
Didn't do it. Okay, Spence, opinion.
Remake characters have a lasting impression, and we get to explore more, which I like.
I'm Wedge with the Splinter Cell.
Barret's crew, right?
Mm-hmm. Here, try one of these. It'll help you calm down.
Thank you.
My thought is it was good that they showed what officially happened to Wedge.
Yeah.
But I did not expect the intensity of Wedge's death splat noise.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Ernest hasn't played this, but trust me, it was a death splat noise because I was like, oh. Okay, next is Proto-Relic Phenomenon Intel side story number 2. Same side quest, but the second story. This is a lighthearted flashback, shows the old Avalanche crew getting drunk at 7th Heaven on Cosmo Canyon cocktails.
Oh my god. That cell's gotta be laced with something. Wow.
And planning a supply trip for Cosmo salt.
What about a trip to the source, huh? We could all bring back as much salt as we could carry. What do you say?
Contrasted with the present day party finishing the font restoration as the HQ trio catches up to them. Spencer, quick thought.
Just really like the remake characters. I like Jesse. I like Biggs. I like their dynamic, and they continue it on here, which I really enjoy.
Y'all think we got money to be taking field trips? Because our books say otherwise.
Here.
Huh?
Shit, we gotta go.
For me, nice scene that showed us a bit more of the characters that we miss, but I actually would have preferred more substance, like seeing how they met or got to know each other rather than them just being drunk together talking about salt.
I thought you might say that. Butt out the whole store so you can keep on mixing.
Next is Proto-Relic Phenomenon Intel Side Story 3. The scenario is another flashback to 7th Heaven, reveals Wedge's insecurity about being dead weight with an avalanche, even though the others reassure him otherwise.
The truth is, I just want to do more for you guys. I'm sick of feeling like dead weight around here.
For the love of God, not this again.
Cutting back to the present as the party reflects on how hard Wedge worked before Tifa solemnly says, "Let's go."
That guy. If only he'd stuck to looking after his cats and enjoying good food.
Let's go.
Yeah, just all the Proto-Relic stuff is, they're fleshing out the remake characters, which I really enjoy. I don't know, it's like all the same stuff. I don't know. They all feel like the same thing to me. Like, it's just the continue.
Yeah, but that's why I wanted more substance, right? Like,
I don't know.
Because I feel like, I like that they go back. I just don't feel like I'm learning anything about anybody.
I am. I mean, you're learning about Wedge's insecurities. You're learning about him dying.
It was obvious he had those.
No, he just ate a lot of pizza.
The first one, yeah. He ate a lot of pizza.
And maybe a soldier or two.
Yeah, I guess the insecurities. I don't know. I just think.
We don't need to have them flesh out like what they were like as children and how they met with each other. Like that's just like
not that.
to me, it's nice that like it just gives me more insight how Avalanche worked together as a team before Cloud was involved, before all that stuff. It's like that's yeah, I like
kind
that.
of.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how eco-terrorist organizations recruit people. They look for people with insecurities and they bring them in.
You would know.
I'm an eco-terrorist.
I think it totally works.
Well, I guess.
Can't hear you.
I said more drunkenness and surface Wedge backstory rather than deeper character building, but I like seeing how the memory affects Barret and Tifa. So I think these scenes could have been better.
It doesn't have to be deeper.
I like that they have them. I just don't think they're nice. But
It's just Barret having fond memories of his crew, right?
yeah, but I think they could have been better memories.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay, Proto-Relic Phenomenon Intel Side Story 4.
I'm not following the rules.
Neither am I. So this side story 4, a final flashback of the Avalanche crew toasting their shared purpose at 7th Heaven.
I suppose it's time for yours truly to say his piece.
Here it comes, the grand finale.
May the planet guide your words. And keep them brief while she's at it.
Before returning to the present where Barret tells Tifa,
This isn't what they'd want for us. Now, I'm not saying we should forget about them. No way I ever could. But you and me, we gotta stop living in guilt and regret.
and the party releases floating lanterns in memory of their fallen friends.
Yeah, nice send-off that we didn't get because we didn't really know. The Whispers kind of took over the supposed deaths or whatever, but then Barret and Tifa get that closure.
Yes. Okay. I said the scene where Barret and Tifa talk about letting go of guilt and having the party release lanterns into the air was a great ending to the Wedge story.
Yeah.
It sounds beautiful.
It is. It is quite nice. We have a comment here from Al Chat Noir 17.
What's up?
Said, those last scenes with the Avalanche gang really make my heart ache for all of them. I will forever miss those silly video game characters.
Totally.
I like that. All right, next is Gilgamesh Island Warp. So what happens here? Upon earning the Proto-Relic, Cloud is briefly warped to fight Gilgamesh.
Burning desire to reclaim my stolen prize rages evermore. That which you have taken shall be returned.
Who demands the return of his Genji armor and collapses in exhaustion before crawling away.
Confound it! Without the power of Genji, I am outmatched.
Leaving Chadley to theorize the Proto-Relics.
Maybe some manner of armaments formed from matter not normally present in this dimension. If we assume the giant was also from another dimension, then there is a possibility that he was the original owner of the Proto-Relics.
If you didn't know before, it's the armor pieces of Gilgamesh.
It is weird that they're like shin guards until you finally start to piece it together. I was like, what in the world?
But then you can see, you're like, oh, that's like his hat.
Yeah, they're like on him.
Yeah, he's wearing them.
Yeah.
I like how he crawls away, too. That's funny.
Only then shall you know peace, but not until that day.
My statement was, Cloud can jump insanely high.
Give it back!
And why doesn't he just give Gilgamesh the Genji armor since it's useless to us?
The Proto-Relic's staying with me.
Here's one, I don't know if you caught on to this one. Polk's SRC mention.
I don't know what SRC is.
That's kind of the point of this, actually.
Okay.
So after the party claims the fourth Proto-Relic, and you speak to Polk again, he cryptically warns...
You wouldn't happen to know anything about the SRC, would you? They were trying to make a deal with HQ. And I don't know what their game is, but it smelled like trouble. Well, here's hoping it's just a misplaced hunch of mine.
Referring to the Shinra Resistance Committee, headed by Glenn Lodbrok, Lucia, and Matt, which no one playing would know anything about unless they were familiar with the Ever Crisis stories. But even then, it's a blank page on Final Fantasy Wiki.
Really? Yeah,
Yes.
I have no idea what that is. I know that those are some characters from Ever Crisis.
Yes, I said they better flesh out Glenn, Lucia, and Matt, at least a little bit in Revelation, or it'll feel like Ever Crisis was nothing but a cheap cash grab rather than a story enhancer. Which, frankly, it might have been a cheap cash grab.
Everything about Glenn sucks. It's like, what? I mean, he might be cool in Ever Crisis.
He is, actually.
But I'm like, he makes no sense in Rebirth.
He is cool in Ever Crisis. He's so dumb in Rebirth.
Then you thought right.
What's weird is that I saw a note somewhere about the SRC being like the Sector Reconstruction Committee, and it was Sang's board briefing or something like that.
Oh, that's not what he's talking about here.
Anyway.
But
let's cut to the chase.
Maybe there's 2 SRCs. I don't know. Make a new wiki page. Next is Gears and Gambits mini games. So you program and deploy small robots with elemental gambits to defeat enemies and restore each region's Mako font within a time limit, gradually unlocking more advanced robot actions and AI options as the story progresses. This is part of the Proto-Relic quest, so Ernest, that means you didn't do it. Spencer, any thoughts?
Waste of time. Hated this thing. It's like Fort Condor was like at least somewhat enjoyable. Oh, Gears and Gambits.
Oh, yeah.
I did not enjoy it.
So, okay, I wrote, any mini game that has 9 interrupting tutorials in the first round is not worth my brain power.
Yes.
I could only beat number 3 and 4 with default build-outs anyway, which is stupid. It's like if you pick the defaults, you win, and if you try to actually do better, you can't, or at least I can't.
That's how I did on the very last one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was doing my own thing for the first 3, and then I was like, oh, the last one.
Got it. Yeah, I wasn't too keen on it either. So neither were other people in the community. We do have a few comments here about Gears and Gambits. I'll quickly read. Red Sarge 99 said, hate Gears and Gambits.
Yes, Sarge.
Stingweaver 6394 said, I loved the Gears and Gambits minigame and especially the music with it.
No.
But Stingweaver was also the person who said that there was like the cocked hip gee guy. This could be total sarcasm. Again, I have no idea, no way of knowing because...
You loved it.
Yeah, it could be totally not real.
Without a /S, there's no way to know.
Yep, no way to know.
And then Lewis M771 said, the Gears and Gambits minigame was probably my least favorite in the entire game. I watched several strategy guides online, and on probably the 50th try, I finally succeeded by replaying one of the tutorial gameplay videos almost frame by frame.
Oh my gosh.
However, seeing the characters from the intermission DLC again and the story elements it added was so much worth it to me. So it is interesting because the game is like a least favorite for people, this minigame, but the stories in the side quests are some of the best.
Yeah, people really enjoy it.
So it sucks that they have to go together.
Right.
All Chat Noir 17 is back again, says the developers really went all in for the Gears and Gambit minigames, too much in fact. They built systems upon systems that get wasted when, by then, one is so tired of all the minigames. I just quit after having to look up what Laureate means. I just grabbed the guide and programmed the bots to whatever it said to pass.
Yes, yes. All Chat Noir, preach! Oh, it's the worst. Waste of time.
The Zapari Zone said, the Proto-Relic quest was surprisingly nice, but I was not a huge fan of the Gears and Gambits minigame. It's a shame, too, because it was actually quite in-depth. I think that was part of the issue. It was too much.
Yes.
And then Empty Melodies said, I was not expecting to learn about what happened to my boy Wedge through Gears and Gambits.
Yep.
I'm conflicted. On the one hand, it gives narrative value to a minigame I didn't care for, but on the other hand, the Avalanche Cruise story deserved a better side quest, especially for such a dark ending for my boy.
Yeah, like the story's great.
Yeah.
But why attach it to this weird minigame?
Gears and Gambits.
And you have to do it like 4 times. And then when you're done with it, it's like, now you've unlocked hard mode. Does anyone want to do that? No.
Same thing happened with Fort Condor.
I want that platinum trophy, but if it makes me do that, I'm sure
like,
I'll
no.
be like,
And then Roosevelt's back here says, the only thing I want to say about Cosmo Canyon region is that I had to do it twice. After hours of trying to beat the dumb Gears and Gambits, my game didn't auto-save, and I died doing a different thing in the region. I accidentally pressed the restart chapter, which put me back hours.
Yeah, this is such a sad story.
This is now my least favorite part of this game. Gungaga is way better.
Oh, wow.
And people hate Gungaga.
I know, that's the best.
Yeah.
Oh, Roosevelt, too funny.
That's funny.
Here's the next side quest item. Navigating Cosmo Canyon's landscapes and finding map markers via gliding ranges. Okay, so the description. Much of Cosmo Canyon traversal involves chocobo riding and a network of gliding range launch points used to cross canyons and reach intel markers with extensive trial and error in figuring out flight paths between them. Ernest, did you do any of that?
I feel like I did.
Did you have an opinion?
The chocobo gliding in general, I just liked it in the game period, flying around on those things. So, yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Cool. I like it. Spence?
Better than the mushrooms.
I would agree with that.
Yes,
Yep.
challenging, but rewarding. Like, yeah,
Okay.
doable.
My statement is somewhat similar. I said a bit challenging to navigate, because I did write these down. A bit challenging to navigate, but a cakewalk compared to Gungaga.
Yeah.
So, same thought. Okay, next is Cosmo Canyon Chadley Intel. So we're lumping together Towers, Life Springs, Expeditions, Bahamut Summit Caves, Chocobo Chicks, Mog House, and Cache locations. Same checklist, new location. Ernest, any opinions?
I didn't do any of these, so pass.
Okay, Spencer.
Sorry.
Poor Fevery Spencer.
I did all the intel. I'm out of it.
Oh, poor Spencer.
I did all the intel before I even went to Cosmo Canyon. I completed it all. So.
That's right, you did, huh? It was second playthrough, and so you had access to areas we don't.
No, but someone said you can do it before.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, my statement was completed. That's all I have to say.
Nice.
The Andrew John Bennett actually spoke up here and said, "This was the chapter where I realized side questing was officially no longer fun and only a chore now."
I realized that before this chapter.
It does wear on you.
Especially all the chat GPT nonsense.
That's the intel, yeah.
All right, Cosmo Canyon Fiend Intel. So this is including the final Jabberwock Dragon boss where defeating it causes Chadley to say,
I guarantee that I know more about your physical condition than you do.
Which feels like foreshadowing a Chadley boss fight in Revelation to me.
Is that your take on it?
No, that's the description, but I wrote the description, so I snuck my opinion in there.
Chadley is so incredible coded. He's Syndrome. He's collecting all the intel on us, and then he wants to fight us in the future.
I totally think he is.
But I love the dragon boss. I thought that was cool, but he's hard to find.
My statement was, my new grinding location bringing me from level 42 to 46 before leaving Cosmo Canyon.
Oh, you did fight the boss a lot.
I did, over and over again. All right, next element, From Whence Life Flows side quest. So here's the scenario. Nanaki and the party assist an ailing Bugenhagen.
I'm the very picture of health.
And surveying several follow life springs.
But life springs are mutable. They rarely remain in one location for long.
Discovering increasingly alarming Mako readings and whisper activity that culminate in a monster fight and Bugenhagen's grim revelation that the planet's weapons are stirring and the Gi spirits have resurfaced.
The weapons have come, and they portend a grim future for us all.
Ernest, did you play that one?
Did not, no.
Okay, Spencer.
My opinion of Bugenhagen changed, and I didn't know because my first playthrough, I didn't do side quests.
Your opinion of Bugenhagen changed because of this?
Yeah, because I didn't see him come around and admit that he was wrong.
The weapons. I first learned of them from amusing fables and Cetran tomes. Quite frankly, I did not believe they existed. I thought them merely allegorical. Thus did I dismiss the tales of your encounters with these incredible creatures. No, that's not it. In truth, I was terrified. Weapons are born into existence when the planet is in crisis, when the survival of all creation is at stake. I hope you will forgive me my discourteousness. You came to me in good faith, and I turned you away.
Oh, so you get all of that stuff before you saw him say that he had been incorrect.
Because he, tells Tifa she's crazy and that she must be suffering from Mako poisoning, and then you just go. But if you don't play these side quests, you just think Bugenhagen's some nut job. He has a little bit of it at the end of the chapter with the Gi or whatever, and then with Seto stuff, but he, openly admits that he was wrong earlier.
Yeah.
It's cool.
I wrote nothing new and I just don't care. I did not care.
Wow.
I did not care for this side quest. I thought it was dumb. I was like, nothing's happening.
Yeah.
I don't know. Next is Absence of a Sign side quest. The description is the party hunts down and defeats 3 giant Reaper tail scorpions across the region while photographing celestial comets for the village planetologists, doubling as an opportunity for Cloud and Aerith to take playful photos together, including a stolen shot of Aerith praying and a selfie before returning the proof to the planetology guy.
Whoa.
I know you snuck a shot of me earlier.
Nothing sneaky about it.
Is that so? Hey, let's get a selfie together, okay? Come here. Oh, perfect.
Ernest, did you do that one?
No, and it sounds like it's a good thing I didn't.
I like this one.
Okay, Spencer, yeah.
The quest itself made no sense, but but the candid picture taking was cute and sweet.
Yeah, okay, I have something similar. I said a sweet Clarith-coded side quest.
Yeah.
Even if we have to fight giant scorpions and be nice to planetologists to experience the chemistry.
Aerith. Nothing.
We have a comment here from Linda Lou, 83, says about Cloud encouraging Aerith during her speech. Links to a later moment on a side quest where you can snap a sneaky pic of her and then take a selfie with her. It all contributes to the development of their relationship and how important she is to Cloud.
Yeah.
All right, this is the last one. Promises to keep side quest. So the scenario is...
We just got word from the survey team that they spotted the Gi right outside of town.
Following escaped Gi spirits possessing local fiends, Nanaki confronts them and learns the tragic history of his father Seto's sacrifice, ultimately promising the Gi he will recover their black materia and free them from their torment, attempting to show us Nanaki's resolve and his arc as Seto's son.
They don't know what they want to do with the Gi. They promise they'll help him, and then they lie behind their backs every time. But then they say, I'll help.
Yeah.
And they wonder why they're so bitter and angry. God.
Ambivalent. They just can't.
My statement was a pretty dumb side quest that's trying to force deep character development of someone we just met, as well as set up resolution for the Gi in Revelation.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a comment here from the Zafari Zone. Says, later during Red's side quest, they basically say that Seto betrayed them, and Red promises them that he'll keep his dad's promise. How exactly did he betray them? I guess the implication is that Seto was not able to kill them, so they got mad and attacked, but that seems really silly, LOL. And how are the Gi appearing outside the cave? Isn't that a big problem? I guess since Red promises them, they decide to be chill. Okay, so many things about this. Zafari Zone. Yeah, there's so much that's not discussed about the Seto story enough to where this is totally confusing. But yeah, just having the Gi escape the cave. It's like, wait, wasn't that sealed? Wasn't that the whole point of the cave sealed door?
And Seto's sacrifice.
And now there's Gi outside of it? Like, why? Yeah, and Seto's sacrifice. So yes, this should be a big problem. But then also, I think during the Proto-Relic quests, the stone altars and temple buildings, ruins, I think they even mentioned there that the Cetra built those.
I've deduced this place was built by the Cetra to house something alien. Precisely what is unclear.
I remember hearing about this growing up. You don't think they were talking about the Gi, do you?
Perhaps. But the energy signature would suggest otherwise.
I don't really know. It's confusing. But then it says here, how did he betray them? So supposedly the betrayal was him telling the Gi that he would get the black materia for them, but then he instead had the cave sealed and he prevented them from getting the black materia, so they felt betrayed.
We desire the return of our black materia and deliverance from this purgatory. We believed Seto to be a man of his word, yet his betrayal proved otherwise.
You could learn a lot from me.
Because they thought it was magnanimous, but then he betrayed them, so then they turned him to stone. That was the betrayal, was promising to give them the black materia, but I don't think that's clear enough at all.
No.
For this to make sense.
That's the disjointed nature of this. It's they don't know what they want to say because it's Seto promised to give them the black materia, but the black materia is going to cause the world to end, so they can't do that.
But Nanaki promises to get it for them.
He does say he'll get the black materia, but then he talks to Cloud or whoever, and he's like, well, I'm not going to give it to him, obviously, but I'm going to find a way to let them rest without it.
We just have to find that black materia. and we have to make sure that no one gets their hands on it. Not the Gi or anyone else. But I do want to keep my promise. I'm gonna find a way to release them from their suffering. There's gotta be an answer out there somewhere. And I'm not gonna stop searching until I find it.
Which is like,
yeah.
Okay, like, they've been trying to figure it out for thousands of years, but Nanaki, who's this dumb idiot.
You little cat dog.
Who's not wise at all.
You're gonna figure it out.
I would have trusted Red 13 to figure this out, not
right,
Nanaki.
But not Nanaki. I know, it's so true.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the rapid fire of side questions.
Sorry, I'll have more prepared.
No, it's okay. Ernest didn't even do any of those.
Yeah, I remember up until a certain point I was doing everything, and then I was like, this is too much.
So like in chapter 2, how many of those check boxes do you think, or what percentage do you think you did of Chadley's exploration?
I did survey 1 live stream, and then I went and activated 1 tower.
I love talking about the story, like the main storyline, but the side quests are just like, wow, okay.
You love this game, Ernest.
I do love it. I've never said I don't.
Release the trophy list.
All my coppers, or what are they?
Yeah,
Bronze?
yeah. The bronzes.
All right, so once we've checked every completionist box in this region, we can finally leave the Red Rock behind by heading to the airstrip and sending smoke up.
Sid, my friend, you couldn't give us a lift to Nibelheim, could you?
A little far, but not too far, I reckon. The old girl should be more than up to the challenge.
To page our friendly Texas pilot, who piles us all back into the tiny Bronco and takes to the skies, complete with Spencer's favorite airplane motion controls. You love it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it heads for the jagged mountains of Nibelheim. And that, my friends, finally concludes our epically long discussions about Chapter 10. Thank goodness, because
we did it.
We needed to get there. It's late. It's 1 a.m. for us and midnight for Ernest. And Spencer is in desperate need of sleep so he can shake this 99.5 fever that he's had today.
It's all right. It's a low grade. I'm not like dying.
But still, that's hard. This late, too.
But you're a trooper.
He is a trooper.
You are as magnanimous as ever.
So next time we chat, it is going to be about Chapter 11, which means that, Ernest, you need to dust off your PS5 and play that next chapter because there's a lot there to discuss, and we are going to try to move faster than we did through Chapter 10.
I do need to turn it back on and get going.
Yeah, you do.
Well, if everyone's feeling it.
It also means that if anybody out there listening to this has an opinion about Chapter 11 that you want to potentially have read here on the show, then look for the YouTube community post asking for your comments, and you might be spotlighted on our next deep dive, or one of them, I guess. And of course, we encourage you to follow us on our dedicated YouTube channel. You can lend your support by leaving a like, a comment, whatever the heck hype points are. And don't forget to subscribe across all the platforms you can find us. Like, legit, subscribe to all of them. We're on Spotify, YouTube, all the podcast platforms, whatever. And special thanks to the, I never know what to say, like FFF community. I'm just going to say community. Just
the effing community.
Or just make like a fart noise.
The triple F community.
Special thanks to the community who are the reason. You guys are the reason. You really are the reason we exist at all. And you can now also subscribe to us on Twitch, where Spencer is trying to create cool emotes and is open to suggestions.
Nice.
Yeah. We stream every Wednesday and every Friday, and it's a good time. It's more of a variety stream on Wednesday, and then on Fridays, Jolie and I are streaming Final Fantasy VII Remake. So yeah, come check us out.
Yeah, and you can also catch the VODs if you can't catch us live.
And also, don't forget to leave us a review on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, wherever you get your podcast. We really appreciate that. And the most important thing is to share us with a friend who you think would like our content.
And with that, you're worth more than you know.
And may the flames of the Phoenix remind you that physical media really matters.
Oh, look at you. And I'm glad you brought it back to Flames of the Phoenix after I was so spitefully mean to you last time.
You guys rule. Thanks for hanging out with us, and we'll see you later, you cheeky little blighters.
Yay!
Chapter 10 is done.
Thank goodness.